كل حي في أرض أباه يزرعها.
اللي تشوفونه اليوم بدأ بذر زرعها زايد، واليوم نحصد حلمه ونكمل طريقه.
تحت رعاية سمو الشيخ منصور بن زايد آل نهيان، نائب رئيس الدولة، نائب رئيس مجلس الوزراء، رئيس ديوان الرئاسة، رئيس مجلس إدارة هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية، وبتنظيم مجموعة آدنك بالشراكة الاستراتيجية مع هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية، نرحب بكم في الأسبوع العالمي للغذاء 2025. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. قبل المزارع الحديثة والمصانع تعلمنا الكرم من أرض الإمارات، وتعلمنا العطاء من بحرها. في الإمارات الغذاء جزء ما يتجزأ من الضيافة، والضيافة أكبر من عادة ربينا عليها، أكبر من مائدة جهزناها لاستقبال ضيف. الضيافة رسالة نكبر عليها، وتبدأ من كلمة تفضل. حياكم، البيت بيتكم، ومرحبا بكم بين أهلكم. واليوم نشارك هالقيم مع العالم على أرض الإمارات، ونقول بكل فخر مرحبا بكم بين أهلكم في الأسبوع العالمي للغذاء 2025. I wanted to begin in my own language, because in the UAE, we don't just say welcome, We say, our home is yours, and you are among your people. My name is Roda Saigh, your Emirati friend and MC for the day. In the UAE, food has always been more than just a meal. It's our way of honoring connection, generosity, and open our doors to the world. And today, that spirit expands beyond our homes and into a global gathering in Abu Dhabi. With great pleasure, I say, our home is yours right here at Global Food Week 2025. It gives me great honor to start the day by welcoming Her Excellency Dr. Amna bint Abdullah Al-Dhahhak, Minister of Climate Change and Environment. نبدأ بكلمة تلقيها معالي الدكتورة آمنة بنت عبد الله الضحاك، وزيرة التغير المناخي والبيئة. فلتتفضل مشكورة.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أصحاب السعادة، حضورنا الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. وأود في البداية أن أعرب عن سعادتي البالغة بحضوري للأسبوع العالمي للغذاء هنا في عاصمتنا أبو ظبي في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. في هذا الصرح الذي لم يمضي وقت طويل على استضافته للمؤتمر العالمي للحفاظ على الطبيعة هنا أيضاً على أرض إمارة أبو ظبي. وإن دل هذا على شيء فيدل على إيمان دولة الإمارات الراسخ بدورها المحوري والأساسي في الجهود العالمية لتحقيق الاستدامة بمفهومها الشامل في مختلف المجالات والقطاعات. وبالطبع فإن للأمن الغذائي أهمية خاصة في تلك المنظومة بما يضمن مستقبل أكثر ازدهاراً للبشرية. قبل أيام خلال إلقائي لكلمة دولة الإمارات خلال المؤتمر العالمي للحفاظ على الطبيعة، أكدت حرص دولتنا على استعادة الطبيعة وتأهيل النظم البيئية انطلاقاً من محاولة إعادة التوازن بين الإنسان وكوكبه. فهي علاقة سامية فيها تفاعل من نوع خاص، يكون فيها الإنسان والطبيعة شريكان في رحلة الوجود. لا نرى الأرض التي هي نبع غذائنا بمنأى عن هذا المفهوم، بل تقع في صميمه. بين المزارع وأرضه لغة واهتمام متبادل، فهو يعتني بها، ينميها، يغرس فيها بذور الأمل لتبادله عطاء أعظم يتمثل في الخير المثمر ولتستمر به الحياة. وهنا نقف أمام الحقيقة الواضحة، هي أننا لا نستطيع أن نتحدث عن مستقبل مستدام دون أمن غذائي مستدام، ولا يمكن أن نؤمن هذا الغذاء دون أن نحمي مواردنا وكوكبنا. حضورنا الكريم، نعيش اليوم في عالم متسارع تتشابك فيه التحديات وتتداخل فيه تحديات التغير المناخي وسلاسل الإمداد والظروف الاقتصادية وغيرها وتؤثر على قدرتنا على تحقيق الأمن الغذائي المستدام لمليارات البشر. وفي قلب هذه التحديات تواصل دولة الإمارات بقيادة صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس دولة الإمارات حفظه الله على إيجاد حلول عملية قائمة على الابتكار لمواجهة التحديات في الزراعة والتحديات المرتبطة به مثل تحديات المياه على مستوى العالم. اليوم تواصل الإمارات من خلال استضافتها لهذا الأسبوع العالمي للغذاء تحت رعاية سمو الشيخ منصور بن زايد آل نهيان نائب رئيس الدولة، نائب رئيس مجلس الوزراء، رئيس ديوان الرئاسة، وبمشاركة وصلت إلى 75 دولة تواصل مسيرتها الرائدة في هذا المجال. الأسبوع العالمي للغذاء ليس مجرد حدث، بل رسالة تؤكد التزام الإمارات الراسخ بأن تظل منصة عالمية للابتكار ومختبراً للسياسات في مختلف القطاعات وجسراً للشراكات الفعالة بين الحكومات والقطاع الخاص والمبتكرين. فعاليات هذا الأسبوع تعكس بشكل واضح أن ما نؤمن به هو أن التكنولوجيا المتقدمة والاستثمار الذكي والابتكار هي الأدوات الحتمية لبناء نظم غذائية مرنة ومستدامة للأجيال القادمة، نظم تتجاوز تحديات ندرة المياه، قلة الأراضي الزراعية، ارتفاع درجات الحرارة ومختلف تحديات المناخ والتحديات الأخرى، وتخلق مناخاً محفزاً لتبادل الخبرات والاستثمارات الغذائية الطموحة. حضورنا الكريم، إن مسيرتنا نحو عالم آمن غذائياً تنطلق من أساس صلب نبنيه هنا على أرضنا معاً. منظومتنا الغذائية المستدامة تبدأ من مزارعنا المحلية، من تمكين مزارعينا المواطنين، فهذا هو الهدف الأساسي لاستراتيجية الأمن الغذائي 2051. أطلقنا العام الماضي المركز الوطني الزراعي ليكون المظلة الداعمة للمزارعين المواطنين لرفع كفاءة الإنتاج المحلي وتعزيز جودة محاصيلنا من خلال الابتكار وتمكين الزراعة الحديثة الذكية مناخياً. ولقد مضينا في هذا الدعم من خلال المؤتمر والمعرض الزراعي الإماراتي الذي أطلق في نسخته الأولى في مايو الماضي في مدينة العين، لتوفير كل السبل التي تضمن أن يكون المنتج المحلي هو الخيار الأول والمفضل في أسواقنا وفي الأسواق العالمية أيضاً. حضورنا الكرام، التكامل هو نموذجنا لبناء المستقبل، التكامل بين الابتكار وقوة القطاع الخاص ومشاركة المجتمع بكافة أطيافه وفئاته العمرية. هذا الأسبوع هو يجسد بشكل واضح هذا التكامل. نعمل معاً من أبو ظبي لنحول التحديات إلى فرص، ولنزرع اليوم ما سنحصده غداً أو ما سيحصده أبناؤنا وأحفادنا غداً وبعد غد. نحصد أمناً غذائياً مستداماً، رخاءً للأجيال القادمة. أشكركم وأتمنى لكم جميعاً ولأعمال هذا الأسبوع كل التوفيق والنجاح بإذن الله، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكراً معاليك على هذه الكلمة الملهمة. وجودنا اليوم أكبر دليل على اهتمام الإمارات والعالم. ننتقل الآن إلى كلمة يلقيها معالي الدكتور عبد الله حميد سيف الجروان، رئيس دائرة الطاقة، عضو المجلس التنفيذي لإمارة أبو ظبي. Please welcome His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Hamid Saif Al Jarwan, Chairman of the Department of Energy.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، وصبحكم الله بالخير. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يشرفني أن نفتتح معا اليوم النسخة الثانية من الأسبوع العالمي للغذاء هنا في أبو ظبي، الذي تستضيفه دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، امتدادا لرؤية قيادتنا الرشيدة وإرث الوالد المؤسس الشيخ زايد بن سلطان آل نهيان طيب الله ثراه، الذي علمنا أن الزراعة والطاقة والمياه ليست مواردا فحسب، بل هي روح الأرض وركيزة بناء الإنسان وأهم عماد للوطن. نجتمع اليوم حول تحدي واحد يمس جوهر الحياة، ألا وهو الأمن الغذائي العالمي، الذي يواجه مجموعة من التحديات، ولعل أهمها النمو السكاني المتسارع، التمدد الحضري، بالإضافة إلى شح الموارد. فأكثر من 30% من سكان العالم اليوم يعيشون في مناطق تعاني من نقص المياه، وقد تتفاقم هذه الفجوة لتصل إلى أكثر من 40% بحلول 2030 في خلال 5 سنوات فقط. وخلال نفس الفترة فإن من المتوقع أن يزداد الطلب العالمي على الطاقة بنسبة 30% لتكون أسرع وتيرة ارتفاع خلال الثورات الصناعية الحديثة إذا جاز التعبير. ولذلك علينا جميعاً أن ندرك أن لا أمن غذائي بلا ماء ولا ماء بلا طاقة، إنها منظومة واحدة وتتطلب حوكمة واحدة. من هذا المنطلق أطلقنا من هنا في أبو ظبي استراتيجية متكاملة للمياه ترتكز على 3 محاور رئيسية. أولها وأهمها أمن الإمداد، بالإضافة إلى كفاءة الاستخدام والجدوى الاقتصادية. ونعمل بتكامل وثيق مع هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية لضمان أن تخطيط الطاقة والمياه والغذاء يتم على طاولة واحدة وبمنهجية واحدة لتحقيق رؤية واحدة. لذلك نمضي اليوم قدما لتنفيذ حزمة من المبادرات والتي تشمل محطات متنقلة لتحلية المياه وشبكات ري حديثة تقلل الفاقد وتزيد الكفاءة، بالإضافة إلى وحدات إعادة استخدام المياه بعد تدويرها وتنقيتها لتوجيهها بذكاء إلى القطاع الزراعي. وأخيراً مزارع نموذجية تعمل بالطاقة الشمسية وتطبق تقنيات حديثة لرفع جودة المحصول وإنتاجيته واستدامته. وفي قلب هذه المنظومة تقف منصة ADW التي طورتها دائرة الطاقة هنا في أبو ظبي. منصة تعتمد على الذكاء الاصطناعي لتحليل بيانات ضخمة تشمل صور الأقمار الصناعية ومستشعرات على الأرض لقياس رطوبة التربة والغطاء النباتي في آن واحد. وتعطي هذه المنصة توصيات فورية مخصصة لكل مزرعة على حدة. ولقد أثبتت هذه المنصة جدارتها بتحقيق وفورات مالية ومائية تصل إلى أكثر من 10% لدعم الأمن الغذائي في القطاع الزراعي. ونعمل على توسيع نطاق تغطيتها لتصبح معياراً وطنياً للتحول الزراعي الرقمي. السيدات والسادة، إن المرحلة المقبلة تتطلب تسريع التنفيذ وتوسيع نطاق الحلول ذات الأثر الإيجابي، ومن هنا ندعو شركائنا في الحكومات والمنظمات الدولية والقطاع الخاص والمجتمع المدني إلى توحيد الجهود حول 3 أولويات رئيسية. أولاً، تعميم الحلول المبنية على البيانات والمدعومة بالذكاء الاصطناعي في إدارة الغذاء عبر إدارة الطاقة ومنظومة المياه. ثانياً، مضاعفة كفاءة استخدام المياه في القطاع الزراعي عبر الري الذكي وإعادة تدوير واستخدام المياه. ثالثاً، تحفيز الاستثمار في التقنيات النظيفة ومشروعات الطاقة المتجددة الداعمة للأمن الغذائي. بتوحيد رؤيتنا وتسريع عملنا نحمي أمننا الغذائي والمائي ونبني مستقبلاً أكثر قدرة ومرونة واستدامة للجميع. شكراً لكم، وأتمنى لضيوفنا طيب الإقامة في أبو ظبي وأسبوعاً مثمراً غنياً بالأفكار والشراكات والحلول الاستباقية. فهذه هي أرض اللا مستحيل، إنها أرض الحلول، إنها أرض الإنجاز. And allow me to close by saying, since we are in Abu Dhabi, let's do it the Abu Dhabi way, which we are proud of being ambitious, bold and committed. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Let's do it the Abu Dhabi way. What a perfect ending to such an inspiring speech. نرحب بسعادة الدكتور طارق أحمد محمد العامري، المدير العام بالإنابة في هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية. Please welcome His Excellency Dr. طارق أحمد العامري, Acting Director General of ADAWSA.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني أن أرحب بكم في افتتاح حوارات الغذاء العالمية ضمن فعاليات الأسبوع العالمي للغذاء. هذه المنصة الدولية التي تجمع نخبة من صانعي القرار والقيادات التنفيذية والخبراء المتخصصين والمبتكرين في مجال الأغذية والمشروبات. نحن فخورون بتنظيم هذه الفعالية في قلب العاصمة أبو ظبي، التي تواصل ترسيخ مكانتها كمركز عالمي للابتكار والاستدامة في منظومة الغذاء. وفي هذا السياق نتقدم بخالص الشكر والتقدير لسيدي سمو الشيخ منصور بن زايد آل نهيان، نائب رئيس الدولة، نائب رئيس مجلس الوزراء، رئيس ديوان الرئاسة، رئيس مجلس إدارة هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية، لرعايته الكريمة لهذا الأسبوع بما يتضمنه من فعاليات متخصصة ومنها حوارات الغذاء العالمية، ولدور سموه الريادي في تعزيز الجهود الرامية إلى بناء أنظمة غذائية مستدامة ومرنة. السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، تأتي هذه الحوارات في مرحلة بالغة الأهمية، حيث تواجه النظم الغذائية العالمية تحديات متزايدة تتعلق بالأمن الغذائي وتغير المناخ والنمو السكاني المتزايد. من هذا المنطلق تكتسب هذه الفعالية أهمية خاصة كمنصة للحوار البناء بين القطاع الخاص والمؤسسات الأكاديمية والبحثية، بهدف ابتكار حلول فعالة وتعزيز التعاون الدولي لضمان استدامة الغذاء للأجيال القادمة. إننا في هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية نؤمن بأن القطاع الخاص يشكل ركيزة استراتيجية في مسيرة تحقيق الأمن الغذائي، لما تمتلكه الشركات الرائدة في مجالات الإنتاج والتوريد والخدمات اللوجستية من خبرات متقدمة وإمكانات نوعية تؤهلها للإسهام الفعال في بناء منظومة غذائية أكثر مرونة وكفاءة واستدامة. وقد حرصنا على تنظيم هذه الحوارات بالتعاون مع مجموعة أدنك لتسليط الضوء على السياسات والاستراتيجيات المستقبلية، وفتح المجال أمام تبادل أفضل الممارسات والتقنيات الحديثة في مجال إنتاج وتوزيع الغذاء، بما يعزز تنافسية القطاع ويحقق التوازن المنشود بين متطلبات النمو الاقتصادي والحفاظ على الموارد الطبيعية. وفي الختام نتقدم بخالص الشكر لكل من ساهم في تنظيم هذه الفعالية، ونعرب عن تقديرنا العميق لحضوركم الكريم ومشاركتكم القيمة، ونتطلع إلى توصيات عملية تسهم في بناء مستقبل غذائي أكثر أماناً واستدامة لمنطقتنا وللعالم أجمع. شكراً لكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكراً سعادتك. والآن نستمع إلى كلمة يقدمها الدكتور أحمد مختار، ممثل منظمة الأغذية والزراعة. Please welcome Dr. Ahmed Mukhtar, FAO representative.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Excellencies, esteemed participants, distinguished guests, a very good morning. Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of the Food and Agriculture Organization, first and foremost, I am extremely grateful for this opportunity to partner with Mokai, Adafsa, and EDNIC for this fantastic gathering, the Food Talks. I think it should be Global Food Thoughts. Otherwise, we have to walk the talk afterwards. It's an excellent initiative, and we are really proud to be partnered year after year in terms of conceptualizing and taking a leadership. Now, for FAO's speech, normally you should expect some facts and figures and the numbers, but I would not bore you with that. I thought, let us change, because what we need right now is a change. The reason is that we are not gathering here just to speak of food, but to speak of life itself. A life where we talk about the grains that nourish our children, the waters that cradle our crops, and the wisdom that must guide our hands in this age of uncertainty. We stand at the crossroads where the old rhythms of agriculture meet the tremors of climate change, conflict, and consumption. The world's food systems, once predictable, now sway under the weight of the rising seas, shifting seasons, and fractured supply chains. Yet, in this age of reckoning, there is a renewal. And for the renewal, we have the example of the UAE and GCC in particular as the beacons of transformation, proving that even in the arid lands, the innovation can flourish. From the food diversity policy of the UAE, for example, to the Saudi Arabia's agriculture Waqf, we have the bold visions that transcend the scarcity and embrace sustainability. Let us reflect on UAE's journey, for example, a nation that dared to dream for food sovereignty, although having a lot of sun and sand. Through the vertical farming, AI-powered forecasting, and alternative proteins, the UAE has turned constraints into catalysts. The Global Food Talks hosted here is not just a gathering, it's a declaration that UAE shall not, and we all shall not, feed its people, but also feed the world with the ideas, partnerships, and purpose. The UAE, through its leading institutions such as MOCAI, ADAFSA, and many others, and we as FAO are proud knowledge partner with these institutions, is championing the climate-smart farming, the One Health and data-driven resilience and agriculture. These are not just merely the programs, these are poems of progress written in the language of science and stewardship. Across the Gulf, we see a symphony of efforts. Qatar's hydroponic revolution, for example, Oman's aquaculture expansion, Kuwait's pursuit towards food waste reduction. Together, the GCC is crafting a regional tapestry of resilience woven with the threads of policy, technology, and tradition. And it's a beautiful fabric. The engagement of FAO with the adoption of the international best practices and embracing the global partnerships, it shows that the region is not only responding to the challenges, it is redefining the future of food. Allow me, Excellencies and participants, to highlight the role of FAO over here. In our 80th year, and we are celebrating this afternoon, and we would request you to show your token presence at 3:30 in the announcement stage. So in our 80 years of journey, the FAO stands steadfast sentinel upon the ramparts of hunger, its vision cast towards a world where every soul is nourished and no child sleeps unfed. We are working towards that along with all of the partners, but still a long way to go. With the mission resolute, our labor is to sow the seeds of peace through a plow and policy, binding nations in the shared pursuit of sustenance and sustainability. From the furrows of the field to the halls of governance, the FAO's role is both humble and grand, guiding the hands that tills, shaping the minds that plans, and lifting the voice that calls for equity in the agri-food system and the transformation. Thus, it endures a beacon of hope where science and solidarity is intertwined to yield the harvest of dignity for all mankind. Our vision and ambition has benefited from the leadership, the visionary leadership in the Gulf and UAE in particular. Thus, we are ushering a new era of the agri-food systems transformation through establishment of a center of excellence that we are working with MOCAI in UAE, a center that would match the UAE's excellence in public policy design and implementation and FAO's knowledge and expertise. That will put this center at the service of the countries around the world, supporting their leadership and decision-making processes with advanced analytical tools, sharing best practices, and proving that the co-creation and providing a co-creation and innovation space for the agri-food systems transformation, both for the public and private sectors. So to conclude, what shall be our message to the world? Let the message be, first, that food security is not a privilege, it is a promise that we must keep every child, every farmer, and every fragile ecosystem. Second, let us invest in agri-tech, not just for profits, but for planetary peace. Third, let us promote nutrition governance, not just for health, but for human dignity. And fourth, let us build circular food systems where waste becomes wealth and scarcity becomes strategy. Lastly, let us remember that the soil beneath our feet is sacred, and the choices we make today will echo the harvests of tomorrow. As we open this week of dialogue, I would request, and this is not just a dialogue, I would say it's a journey towards discovery and education. I would request 3 main points to keep in mind for everyone. First, please listen deeply to the voices of farmers and innovators. Second, please collaborate boldly across the borders and sectors. And third, please act swiftly, for the hour is late and the need is great. So let this week not only be a celebration, but a consecration of our shared will to nourish the world, protect the vulnerable, and plant the seeds for a just and sustainable future. In closing, I'll offer you this verse. In the silence of the desert, a seed dares to rise. In the wisdom of the people, a system dares to thrive. Let our hands be gentle, our minds be wise, for the future of food is the future of life. I thank you, and let us walk the talk.
Dr. Ahmed, you truly inspired me. There is one thing specifically you said, where you spoke about how in the silence of desert, miracles come to life. This particularly reminds me of the hope Baba Zayed had, rahmatullah alayh, when he wanted to plant in the UAE, and experts from around the world told him it's impossible. So thank you for reminding us that that hope still exists today, and we should carry it with us to the future. Moving on, we'll just set up the stage for our first panel of the day, and I'll see you in a few minutes.
3, 4, 5, 6. Hey, check, test, hey. Okay. Hey, check, test, hey. 1, 2, 1, 2, hey. Sound check number 3. Hey, hey, check. Sound check number 4. Hey, hey, check, test. Number 4. Hey, check, test. Hey, hey. Hey, check, test. Hey. Number 4. Hey, 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 check. Test. Number 4. Hey, 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 check, test. Hey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey, hey, check, test. Hey, hey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey, test. Hey, 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 hey. Check, test. Hey, 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 1, 2, 1, 2, a little bit low. That's to be high. Hey, check, test. Hey, yeah. Hey, hey. Number 5, check, test. Hey, 1, 2. Yeah, okay. Number 5. Hey, check, test. Hey, number 6. Hey, 1, 2.
അത് ഞാൻ എന്തായാലും അഡ്ജസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യും. ഞാൻ അഡ്ജസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ഓക്കെ പറയാതെ അമിത്തണ്ണ ബ്ലാക്ക് ഔട്ടോ മാറ്റരുത്. അമിത്തണ്ണ സാറൊന്നും ഇല്ല ഓടി ഓഫ് ചെയ്യും. തമാശ കളിക്കേണ്ട സാർ.
May I kindly request everyone to be seated as our first panel for the day is going to start shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our first panel of the day, Farming on the Front Lines, Implementing Climate-Smart Agriculture Now. Joining us on the panel are Mr. Arnold van den Berg, Group CEO of Al Dhahra Group, Mr. Hassan Halawi, CEO of Elite Agro, Mr. Mohammed Aman Mulki, Molecular Breeding Expert at DAFZA, Mr. Tristan Fisher, CEO of Fisher Farming, Ms. Michaela Maurice, Office of Climate Change, Biodiversity and Environment, FAO. Please join me on welcoming them to stage. This is a conversation that I have the honor of moderating and not only introducing. Breaking the norms with the moderator being in the middle. How are you all? Hope everything is well.
It's very good, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Today we would like to dive into a critical question. How can farming not only survive, but thrive in the face of climate change and extremes as well? So let us begin. Arnold, from your perspective leading one of the region's largest agribusinesses, what are the most urgent risks you see today on ground?
Yes, thank you for hosting this panel and inviting us. I'm Arnold van den Berg, CEO of Al Dhahra. We farm on a large scale in multiple countries around the world, like Romania, Serbia, Egypt. In those countries, and in many more countries in the world, we do see climate change as a risk to farming. It becomes less predictable what kind of weather we can expect for next days or months. One key theme in our farming is irrigation. That's one way to mitigate the risk that we see from an unpredictable climate. So wherever we are, we look for abundant water to irrigate our crops. It also allows us to have the highest possible yields from the land that we farm. If we want to feed a growing population, today 8 billion people in the world, soon 10 billion, 25% more people, we don't necessarily want to develop 25% more farmland. So we better be increasing our yields with 25%, for instance, by irrigation and by technological innovation.
Perfect. So building on that point, how are farmers in the region already experiencing the effect of climate change? So, Hassan?
Thank you, Rhoda. So farmers in this region already started farming, had an early head start with the arid conditions, with heat, with the inaccessibility of water or unavailability of water. So this was an early head start for us when we started. And probably that's one of the reasons why Al Dhahra, Elite Agro, really managed to grow and be so successful globally, because we managed to have a head start in arid agriculture. Today, the severity of the climate change is increasing. The heat waves are increasing. The fluctuation in weather from extreme drought to flooding is also becoming more often. And we're having new outbreaks of pests that are affecting the crops. Having said that, for ourselves and for the services that we offer for farmers, there are now technology is available in our hand to help us assist our operation and the farms that we work with in terms of the adoption of protected agriculture. So in terms of the vegetables and perishables, we're moving into more protected closed environment agriculture like greenhouses and net houses to protect from the adverse conditions. We're adopting more hydroponic irrigation so that we can save water and also protect from the rising soil salinity that's happening in the ground. Focusing more on the precision irrigation to optimize the use of our the resources that we have, whether be it water or fertilizer. In the open fields, as Arno mentioned, we're focusing a lot on technology, the irrigation, utilizing geospatial monitoring to optimize use of irrigation again and resources, predict weather patterns, predict the outbreak of diseases. It's helping us maintain our water, and more and more we're drifting towards data-driven technologies that help us optimize and lower the costs of our production, because the main challenge that we have here, especially in the GCC, particularly in UAE, is the open markets. The open markets that we are facing, we cannot face it except by being extremely efficient in our production and extremely productive. Like, we need to be twice as more productive than somebody working near us in Oman or Iran, where they have cheaper labor force, cheaper access to power and water. Not cheaper power, but cheaper water and abundant resources available to them. So all these factors are now helping us to cope with the changing climates and help us to be more resilient and sustainable in our production.
True, it is challenging in the region given the weather conditions. But if we are going to speak on a global level, Michaela, what do you see as the top barriers preventing CSA from being scaled, and how should we remove them?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to this extremely interesting topic. So let's say that, first of all, I would like to highlight the fact that, and a little bit take on what Arnaud mentioned at the beginning. So in 2050, the global population is expected to grow up to 10 billion people. And this means that there will be an increased request of food, energy, and water. So this is something, it's a fact that we know, it's a prediction that we know, and we have to make sure that all the agri-food systems will be transformed accordingly in order to make sure to feed this growing population. So let me start with the simple message, in the sense that global climate goals are unattainable without agri-food solutions. And we know that agri-food systems are not just vulnerable to climate impacts, but they are also central as solutions. And we have to keep this in mind in order to be constructive. Over the past decade, a quarter of disaster impacts and 65% in the case of droughts, unfortunately, have been absorbed exactly by agri-food systems. So this means that it's essential to start working on agri-food systems. If I have to highlight a couple of barriers, of challenges that we need to address, I would start, one, it's connected to policies. So countries are beginning to recognize the role of emission reduction through their sustainable agri-food systems. 9 out of 10 have included agri-food systems as priorities in their climate mitigation and adaptation goals and actions in the NDCs, but still a gap remains. So agri-food systems should be integrated more and better into national policies and NDCs, nationally determined contributions, in order also directly or indirectly to attract also funding, financial flow. And that's my second barrier, financial flow. There is a finance gap. So the amount of climate finance flow into agri-food systems are at the minimum with respect to their potential. So we know that between 2022 and 2023, overall climate-related development finance grew by 12%, and those related to agri-food, only 1% of this. So it means that despite agri-food system could address an important transformation, the attention from a political and financial point of view is still at the minimum of its potential. Thank you.
The barriers you have mentioned prove the importance of gatherings such as this, because when it comes to regulations changing and all of those powerful messages, it's very important for us to address them in rooms like this so we can start and take action globally together. From the private sector side, Tristan, do you feel investors are ready to back climate-smart technology at scale, or is it the risk still too high without incentives?
I think that, so my name is Tristan Fisher. I'm the CEO and founder of Fisher Farms, which is a UK-based vertical farm business, which has vertical farm technologies, which we are also exporting around the world. And so, we are a very good example of a investor-backed private company which is developing food solutions for a world which is changing dramatically. If I look at the overall investor landscape, there are a lot of companies which are putting money into a whole range of different parts of the agricultural sector, and they're addressing issues which we talked about before, like water. Water scarcity is a major issue. 30–40% of all farms around the world have some kind of water related issue, and also we have issues regarding the amount of good quality land and good quality topsoil which is available as well. Some of the world's greatest agricultural fields are in areas where 10, 20, 30 years ago there were small villages, small towns, and now some of those areas have cities which are 10, 20, 30 million population strong and on the best farmland. And so what is happening is that more and more farmland is being pushed out into areas where nobody really farmed before because it wasn't very, very good farmland. And the only way you could actually make those things work is by use of technology. So you're going to need technology which is going to allow farmers to take poor quality land, make sure that it has just the right amount of irrigation for it, not so that it's wasted because there is a water shortage, making sure that there is enough fertilizers which are going on very, very precisely to those areas. But also you're looking at solutions like we have at Fisher Farms where you are taking advantage of growing indoors, where you can fully control the environment 365 days a year and irrespective of what the temperature or the weather is outside. So we're in a situation where it can be 45, 50 degrees, 55 degrees outside, and we can grow our crops at 22, 23, 24 degrees Celsius. It can be snowing and minus 20, minus 30 in Canada, and yet again we can grow in those areas as well. So technology is a major part, and investors are moving into this sector because they can see the need for it.
That's truly impressive how you can control the climate, whether it's either the opposites, either it's too hot or too cold. That's truly impressive. Speaking about innovation and scaling and technologies in general, Dr. Mohammed, how quickly can new climate adapted crops move from the lab to the farmer fields? Is it a quick process, and what regulatory or institutional hurdles slow that journey, in your opinion?
First, thank you for the invitation.
Thank you for being here.
I'm Aman Mulki. I'm a plant geneticist. I recently joined Adafsa. Regarding your question, in the last 10 years, we were becoming quicker and quicker in developing new varieties that are, for example, tolerant to drought, tolerant to heat, and also to salt accumulation in the soil. We had now the possibility to predict. That means you don't have to plant 10,000 individual plants in the field and check them, see them phenotypically. You can now predict what a good plant would be and then focus on maybe 10 or 100 or whatsoever. That's from the science side. Now we need to speed up the last part, which exactly what you address in your question, is how to really bring the developed or almost developed varieties to the farmers. And one important factor is that you should build already partnership with the farmers. You test in the field, because whether it's an open field or really within controlled environment, you should really focus on the target environment, test beforehand. And from the institutional side, there should be more ease up of the regulation, also thinking of the new innovations. Now we have CRISPR or CRISPR crops, so crops that are edited in a very clean way, so to say. You for sure everybody heard about this gene scissor, where you can precisely change, modify a piece of the genome. and target specifically a region to create a trade or to get rid of an unfavorable trade. And those crops are already in the markets now. In the USA, we have this bitterness-less green salad. We have also tomato in Japan, where it's already available. So now, for the remaining countries, we should think about or rethink about our regulations. So there were tougher regulations for GMO, so genetically modified crops or organisms. Now we have a much cleaner way to reach our trades much quicker. And we should really, each country should think of how to regulate these new crops in a way that doesn't hinder innovation and doesn't slow down this process of make use of these new technologies. And very, very successful examples are around the world. We have to be quick so that we don't miss this chance. Some stories you hear from some African countries, for example, they allow the import of genetically modified crops, but the regulation delays sowing them inside the country. So it's kind of not the optimal situation, exactly. So yeah, with the new regulations to regulate crops coming from the new technologies, that will open the door for make the best use of these crops.
Through how fast the technology is evolving, and every day the labs are shocking us. With all of that, it's truly important that we keep up with that and not let regulations stop it, as technology is there to make everyone's life easier when used in the right way. So it's important for us to pause and to make sure that we accept change and that we let it affect our life in a positive way. If we will tackle into innovation and into scaling, how is Al Dhahra leveraging innovation, technology, and partnerships to transform agriculture and build resilience against climate change?
We need innovation to grow our yields. So we are embracing innovation when it comes to seed technology. We do piloting in fields on micropilots, on macro pilots to see what seed gives us the best yields. We work together with technology providers to have the right farm operating system so we can analyze our data and use AI to select what is the exact amount of fertilizer we need, the exact amount of irrigation we need, so we can grow more with less. And of course, we use all agri-tech like drones and the latest machinery. And all those things create a lot of excitement because they make for good pictures. But I also often like to call out just innovative or new ways of working, like no-tillage farming. No-tillage farming has been around for decades, but not applied across the world. But it requires a change of mindset, a change of machinery, a change of way of working to apply it. It's not so difficult, actually. No-tillage means you don't plow the land anymore. Well, in the past, you would prefer maybe to see beautiful black soils. With no-tillage farming, you get a mess because you leave all the residue of the farming, the stubbles, on the ground. And to change the mindset from these neat black soils to this messy soil is a big change. But this messy soil will cover your soil and protect from wind and rain erosion. So it gives more nutrients in the ground. It also keeps more moisture in the ground, so you need less irrigation. It gives more organic matter in the ground. Actually, you have to use less diesel or energy to drive your tractors across the field. It will compact the field less. All good things from just doing nothing, basically, don't touch the land after harvest. That change is massive. We are implementing it, and our target is to have that at 80% of the farmland that we operate, regenerative practices, and this is the key practice. Innovation for us, it's a new way of working. In Romania, we do it across our farms already, but for Egypt, we applying it acre after acre. So also that is innovation, innovative ways of working that drive our yields, reduce our inputs, and we get better output.
You know, please.
Yeah, I would like to comment. I think it's a very good point what you mentioned regarding changing mindsets. Providing the information is really essential, communication, and no tillage or reduced tillage is one good example. I could think also of exactly what I mentioned before, to inform the consumer more about the new technologies that are how safe they are, that will help a lot to really get everybody on board to adopt the new technologies and the new crops developed by these technologies.
Sure, it's important to have those conversations from around the world to see and to let people start realizing what exists and how we can move it forward. Again, speaking about technology, Tristan, you're deeply involved in technology when it comes to farming. When we talk about scaling innovations like vertical farming, which your company is truly known to do an amazing job in, what does it take to grow impact without compromising quality or credibility along the way?
So vertical farming, is a technology which is sort of fundamentally a hydroponics grown product, but actually on shelves using artificial LED lights to mimic the sun. And hydroponics technology has been around for decades, and most of the strawberries and the blueberries and the tomatoes and the bell peppers and all those kind of plants that you eat today come from some kind of hydroponics-based system. So vertical farming really is an extension of a pretty old technology. And I think that one of the critical things when we're looking at technology is not to try to reinvent the wheel in absolutely everything. And so the way we are approaching vertical farming is we're saying there are certain areas where we can do things very, very, very well today, and the other areas where we're not as good, but we are complementary to other forms of existing agriculture. So for example, areas which we can do very well, we are, in terms of salads and herbs, we grow absolutely fantastic Michelin star restaurant quality products and with great taste, great shelf life, etc. But if you're looking at foods like the tomatoes and like the cucumbers, those are types of plants where vertical farming can theoretically do them. We actually have some dwarf tomatoes growing in our vertical farm systems. But we actually see that there's a very, very strong relationship between what we are doing and existing agriculture. So one of the big issues that many, many farms have is that they will be buying small plantlets from other players, sometimes from overseas. And when the plants arrive, for example, when you get a strawberry plant arriving from the Netherlands, arriving in Abu Dhabi to be grown here, that plant has traveled a long way, it suffers along the way, and it also has the potential to bring diseases from other countries into your own country. And so the idea of being able to grow plants from seed in the relevant country, it makes a huge amount of sense. It significantly reduces risk for people in country in terms of crossover of disease, and also increases the likelihood that the plants which are grown in a vertical farm are then transplanted into a glass house or a polytunnel or into a field. Because they are very, very high quality plants, it means that when they are in the glass house, you would expect yields to increase by 10%, 15%, 20%, or whatever the number is. And so that benefits everybody. So we see that vertical farming technology and all kinds of technology are actually much, much more fluid than people think. And we've got to stop thinking of what this is our niche, our silo, we don't do anything else. We just need to have a little flexibility and creativity so that we can deal with the sort of the issues which you're talking about, which are massive population growth and also massive middle class population growth. So the middle class population are the ones which want the salads and the herbs and the strawberries and all those kinds of things. And in the year 2000, there were about 1 billion middle class people around the world. But then now there are around 4.5 billion middle class people around the world. And so that increase over 25 years of the number of middle class is absolutely fantastic from a human flourishing perspective, and something we should be so proud of as a collective a group that we have taken people out of poverty into a much, much nicer standard of living. But that type of diet requires significantly more land, needs has a significantly greater impact on the planet. And so we need to be very clever about how we deal with not just population growth, but also middle-class population who have a significantly greater demand than those who haven't yet hit the middle class.
When will I try the Michelin star salad?
Well, you can come to the UK, and there are Michelin-star restaurants even in London.
You truly got me hungry right now. I need that salad. I'll take it as a promise next time I'm in London. Michaela, how do we ensure a just and equitable transition in your perspective?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And Tristan was helping me in starting focusing on this, because we started with the social dimension. So inclusivity, equality, and agri-food systems is central for the just transition. So the importance of involving local stakeholders, governments, local communities, academia, private sector, marginalized groups. And it's important also to highlight that in agri-food systems, normally small scale, and of course I look at the growing population, but also the developing countries, also the small-scale farmers. So small-scale producers, especially women, indigenous people, and other vulnerable rural groups, are normally primary custodian of natural resources, but most of them have informal or customary rights to land and water resources. So they face important challenges, including limited access to land and water resources, barriers to education, for example, opportunities, and capacity also to adopt innovation and technologies that we've heard a lot about. So this means that it's important to look at the innovation technology part, but it's also important to look at the social dimension, which is those that will receive the technology and will continue implementing these technologies, because otherwise we may face situations where we bring a new technology, like it happened many, many years ago, 20 years ago, when organizations started transferring clean cooking solutions in Africa. And if there is not a hand-in-hand kind of training, if you go back 2 months later, you find that they use it for flowers. So the hand-in-hand and social, it's like train the trainers. They will be the trainers of tomorrow, in the sense that they will bring up the policy of their governments. So social dimension is essential for a just transition.
Beautiful. Speaking about that, I would really like to ask Dr. Mohammed, how do we make sure that all of those varieties we're seeing when it comes to climate-adapted varieties, how do we make sure it stays affordable and don't create dependency just on few suppliers?
It's a very good question. It's a kind of tricky point. I think we need more fund for research from national institutes and also international organizations like FAO, and also the specific centers like ICADA, ICRISAT, and ICBA, where it's really focus on developing crops that are open, so that are not under control of few players. That is very important. Another important point is that hybrids, so crops that are really doing very well, but you cannot use the seed for the next generation, we have to use them when it makes sense. We should not always think about use this kind of breeding scheme so that we control the seeds every time and the farmer has to buy it every season. We should, when it makes sense, it's fine. Of course, hybrids, they can produce more, for example, in maize, in corn, that is proven. But we should also, for other crops, we should also support varieties that are usable, and we should really establish in as many countries as possible, and also with collaborations with international centers, but also sometimes also with private sector, that we have joint research projects that develop varieties that are open to use for everybody, but are really good for specific regions, for specific environments, especially talking about, for example, the GCC countries and UAE. We should focus on crops that are locally adapted, but have extra now tolerance or resistance to biotic and abiotic stresses. And for example, in Adafza, we are doing that. We are working now on developing crops that are resilient and will be provided for the farmer, for the local farmers. It's not protected, or it's not a property of a company. On the other hand, we are also working with European and North African partnerships so that we can develop across country crops that are also open to farmers. And this is very important. This is a solution for this issue.
Speaking about the farmers, what specific challenges do they face in inputs, finance, or technology? And how can we make sure that they are not left behind in all those big rooms?
Farming in general is a very, very challenging industry. So when you come to think about it, and also the most difficult conditions around the world, which is our area in terms of the arid region, becomes even more challenging and labeled as highly risky. And to answer your question and to solve these problems, the first thing we need to do is start de-risking the industry. When we deal with farmers, and when we are farmers ourselves at Elite Agro, the challenges that you mentioned are all caused by the labeling of the industry as a highly risky industry. So that limits the access to finance sometimes. And once you have the limitation to the finance, then automatically you have the limitations into the input, technology, and all that. To solve this problem, I think we should start first by de-risking the industry. Once you de-risk it, you give enough assurances to investors, financiers, to give the access to finance, and from that you can resolve the other issues. So from regulation point of view, to help de-risk the industry, there are 3 pillars that we can work on. First one is the crop insurance, which we still do not have here. Once we establish a framework for crop insurance, then the risk is no longer on the farmer in terms if there is any pest outbreak or there is any disruption from temperature that adversely affects their yield and affects their livelihood for that particular season. So, and it makes it also more comforting for financial institutions to be lending to the farmer. The second one is called the agri framework, where you are de-risking putting a framework between the major stakeholders and corporations, such as the ministries, major bank, major financiers, who are mandated by their government to support the agricultural industry, like the Emirates Development Bank, for example, in the UAE, by creating the agri guarantee. The agri guarantee acts as a vehicle whereby you are removing the risk of the investment from the farmer itself by helping them in co-investing in their capex, the high capex that they require in such environments, whether for precision irrigation or whether for tunnels or greenhouses or even solar-powered pumping stations. So they can de-risk the investment and pay part of that capital to help them build these projects and become competitive. And the third one, I believe, will be the fintech. Fintech is kind of liberating the access to finance for farmers, especially when we talk about small stakeholder farmers. There's no longer the need for putting a lien on your land or putting the traditional guarantees that the farmers used to have so that they can get access to loans. The fintech now liberates it in terms of the measurement will be based on the data that you have, how good he is as a farmer, how much can he produce, what's his past history in production, the history of his land, the history of the area around him in terms of the pests. So that kind of de-risks the finance for that particular farmer, and also lowers the interest rate that he has to pay for the lease they get. By that, you will give him not only, it doesn't need to be only finance. You can finance, you can also do the fintech to give him directly the input as an agri-input, whether it's seeds or fertilizer. All these factors help de-risk the industry and help the farmer get access to the necessary technology, input, seeds, and sometimes investments so that they can manage through these changing times and become more productive.
So if you can share one call to action, like one concrete step governments, businesses, or farmers should take today, what would it be?
I think it's like we said in the opening ceremony, it's collaboration. Farmers cannot, in these changing conditions and adverse conditions that we're living in, farmers cannot do it on their own. It requires the collaboration of the stakeholders, all stakeholders, to help them pass through these changing times and to become more efficient and more sustainable in their production. Sustainability is key, especially in this part of the world. With the growth, we talked about the climate change a bit earlier, and with the rise in temperature, we are in the most affected area in the world for temperature and rising temperature, climate change. We cannot afford, it's not an option to us. We need to really get to net zero so that we can stop the adverse weather conditions that are affecting us all.
Okay. What about you, Arnold? One call to action.
I would add to that to take the long-term perspective. Farming is not for 1 or 2 years or for 1 or 2 seasons. If you want to do farming well, you look at sustainable farming for the next generations. So both on investors, look for patient capital to invest in you, because years can be great, years can be challenging in farming. For governments, take the long-term perspective. What does the population need in your country, in the world, and what kind of food do we grow currently? Are we secure from a food perspective? Do we grow the right nutrients for our people? And same for farmers. Build your team, build your network, build your collaboration, not just to be successful in 1, 2, 3 years, but for the next decades.
Beautiful. Dr. Mohammed?
I would agree completely with my colleagues. I would add also that we need collaboration is very, very important between national agriculture organization, international, and also private sector. And we need also to build more interactive collaboration with the farmers before developing a crop or a variety of a crop, and also after. The farmer is not a usual customer. It's kind of a partner that has also to give his input or her input.
True.
So that you can have the feedback from the field, you can improve your crop, and you can think about new challenges that need to be addressed.
Beautiful way to see it. What about you?
So I think from my perspective, vertical farming is a type of solution which is very quick to actually install and get going. And certainly what we've noticed in a number of countries we've been working in, what is most important is getting easy planning permission to be able to actually put vertical farms in place. But it's not just the planning for the vertical farm, it's also the planning for the solar and the wind energy, which is necessary to produce carbon-free and very low-cost energy for these vertical farm systems. So allowing us to be able to get planning for the building itself, for the vertical farm, the solar, the wind, the battery storage that we need for that, I think is really, really important. So making that process quick and easy means that we can deploy our technology faster. In many cases, it takes longer to get planning permission than it takes us to actually build a vertical farm. And that kind of system doesn't make a lot of sense.
Which is sad, actually.
Yeah, the paperwork is longer than the actual construction.
Michaela?
Thank you. Well, I would say, going back to the importance to involve stakeholders, the importance to collaborate, each of us in this room would bring in a same project its own specialty, expertise, experience, added value. So it means that collaboration is really essential, but we also have to be very pragmatic and practical in order to collect a lot of data and do and implement assessments before we do an investment. So the pre-feasibility kind of assessment is essential. Also because every case is very context specific. We cannot imagine that the one-fits-all approach is valid because it's not always like this. It cannot be always like this. And by collecting those data, by doing sustainability assessments, these could guide policymakers. And then policies would guide investments. And so it's a virtuous circle that we have to accelerate now. Thank you.
What a beautiful way to end this session. Honestly, with the circle being there and with it moving forward, we can say that farming on the front lines is no longer tomorrow's issue. It's today's challenge, and together we're going to rise to solve it. Thank you to our amazing panelists, and thank you to the audience for attending it.
Thank you.
Through innovation, partnership, and collaboration with government. Please welcome our panelists. Layla Najib, Corporate Affairs Director at Mars, Mariam Al-Malla from the Ministry of Economy and Tourism, and moderating this panel is Dina Munji from Nestlé MENA. Once they're ready, the panel is going to start. We are now ready to look into our next session, which is going to tackle on how global companies adapt their impact locally through innovation, partnership, and collaboration with government. It gives me great honor to welcome our panelists, Leila Najib, Corporate Affairs Director at Mars, Mariam Al-Mualla from the Ministry of Economy and Tourism, and to moderate this panel is Dina Munji from Nestlé MENA. Over to you, Dina.
So test check, hello. So, good morning. We're very happy to be here today in this panel with two of the very close people that I work with, whether from government or industry. My name is Dina Munji, and I'm the Director of Corporate Affairs and Sustainability at Nestlé. So, today's panel is titled From Global to Local for a reason. We're here to explore how multinational companies can transform global experiences into local impact, and how partnerships with all of the stakeholders, including government and industry, can shape sustainable growth. So we're very proud to clearly mention that the UAE has become a destination where global business meets national ambition. It's a hub for innovation. It's a hub for advanced manufacturing, trade, and sustainability. And as multinationals with all of the ecosystem, we play a vital role to continue contributing to the UAE's future. So, Leila, my very dear colleague, the first question is for you. So it's very clear that Mars operates, obviously, globally, with a strong global purpose around mutuality and sustainability. So can you please let us know, how do you ensure that global frameworks are adapted meaningfully to the UAE context?
First of all, thank you so much, Dina, and everyone. It's a very cozy setup, so thank you for those who are in the room to hear us. We hope we'll make it as interesting as possible. Definitely, as Mars, we're a global company, but what you might not know, we're actually a family-owned business up till now. And the Mars family has really been driving this holistic thinking when it comes to our Mars compass, or directionally where we want to be, in terms of our KPIs are not just measured by profit, but also in terms of our positive societal impact and being a trusted partner within the communities where we operate. And the way we do this is through the Mars Sustainable Energy Generation Plan. So we use a science-based approach. We try to make sure that our frameworks and everything that we do embedded into each function, whether the supplier code of conduct that we have on a global level, whether the environmental activities, whether in terms of marketing code and not marketing to children, supporting living income and farmers. So across this whole project, they're all aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, and we use Science-Based Target Initiative, or SBTI targets in our approach. And we take this global standards and global frameworks from compliance and sustainability reporting to really drive accountability with our leaders and link the achievements and the progress. For example, our general manager here in the region with sustainability progress and targets. So this is how we ensure that those global frameworks are really taken to drive this accountability and impact on a local level.
Thank you so much, Leila. And I can second that as being part of many industry associations together. So we not only work as one, as each individual company, but we work all together as industries. And now, let me turn to Mariam. So Mariam, from the Ministry of Economy and Tourism perspective, what role do you see multinational in particular playing in advancing the UAE industrial and trade competitiveness? And very proudly, mentioning the UAE food cluster, which most of the multinationals are part of. So if you can please just give us a bit of details from a ministry perspective, how do you see this going?
First, thank you, Dina, and thank you everyone who has shown up here. So basically, the Ministry of Economy and Tourism sees the multinational as a main key player in our ecosystem. They are the people who we go to for knowledge transfer because they have this global experience. You just mentioned, both of you, that you work as an industry, and here as the UAE food cluster, that is what we are aiming for, is to work in all hand by hand from farm to plate, is to work in a collaborative model, is to create, innovate, and with R&Ds and universities, and our objective as the Ministry of Economy and Tourism is to contribute to this country's growth and food security as well.
Mm-hmm. No, we've seen it. I mean, we are part of the UAE food cluster since it was launched. That was, I believe, in December or September?
It was in November last year, so it's like our 1 year anniversary right now.
It is the 1 year anniversary where I think we sat down as an industry with the ministry, and we've had a number of discussions about the gaps and the challenges that do exist, but not only does the collaborations that we can do together as industries. And I feel this is the approach of government. They're not only the policymaker, but they are the gatherers and the enablers for the industry to collaborate together as an ecosystem.
Exactly.
Leila, I'll get back to you now. So, in your view, and from what you've mentioned about Mars, about the global frameworks and how do you make sure that is localized into the region or the country's purpose, what makes collaboration, in your opinion, particularly after hearing from Mariam on the Ministry of Economies and Tourism's view? So what makes collaboration between companies and government most effective?
I mean, there are different factors, of course. We speak as member companies, but also as collective trade associations. As you mentioned, I'm part of the Multinational Companies Business Group Board. We work with the UAE Food Cluster, with the AmChams, the Food and Beverage Manufacturing Group. So there's a whole ecosystem where the private sector has the platform to work with the public sector. Mm-hmm. And this, I would kind of summarize into three main areas. One is the platform and the open dialogue and communication early on. So this definitely is one key factor that we see. You don't see in many places in the world that the private sector can be part of the National Committee on NCDs and nutrition. You don't see in many places that you have all of those multiple trade associations to drive conversation. You don't see the level of consultations that happen with the private sector. But I would say where this has been very successful is the early on open dialogue from an earlier stage to try to help the ambition of the policy makers into actual implementation or something that is achievable for the private sector. The second point is data and transparency. So without data, what you cannot measure, you cannot really impact. So having this collective effort into creating studies or providing data or providing global best practices has been really key in some of the partnerships that we have seen with the government in terms of making this collaboration successful from a public-private partnership perspective. And the third one is the long-term mindset. So I think a lot of the discussion, I know, Dina, you're part of the Circular Economy Policy Committee. So the thinking is in terms of 2030. So even if the infrastructure is not ready now, even if not everything is in place now, it's really how can the private sector continue to drive innovation and continue to drive solutions with the public sector as an incubator for those solutions in terms of long-term growth.
Yeah. Mariam,
Okay.
you've worked a lot with the private sector. You've had problems. You've experienced gaps. Maybe here I want you to let go in front of the few people that are here in the panel. What would be, in your opinion, the key collaboration that can make it or break it, and what are the challenges that you faced in that stance?
So, you know, collaboration for us is not just come sign an agreement or an MOU. No, it's much more than this. It's the vision, it's the shared goal that we are looking for, the transparency. And as the Ministry of Economy and Tourism, we have this policy that we enable private sector to go and lead, like you are part of the Circular Economy Council. So we give you the floor to create your own policies. We don't create the policies for you. One of the UAE food cluster approach is the bottom-up approach. We ask the private sector, what do they need? What is their challenges? We support them, we enable them. So we as regulators are trying to support as much the companies, the private sector. There are many challenges, basically. We have a lot of challenges with bringing in people together, making them understand the collaboration part, but there is also the competitiveness part, which is very important as well in the UAE ecosystem. So basically,
but I think, Mariam, one of the comments that was really intriguing for me is when in the beginning last year, when we were as the UAE food cluster being formed, and then you saw Coca-Cola, PepsiCo, Nestle, Mars, Mondelez, and then I remember it was just a comment where like it was the first time that you see all of these players together in a table trying to find a common ground for the industry.
Exactly, exactly. And when all of those competitors come together, they don't necessarily need to share their data or share their private business, but they can collaborate, they can do a shared outcome. That's the purpose of having this.
Yes, no, I agree. And maybe if I can share from a Nestle perspective. So we have 4 factories here in the UAE. We have 3 offices. One of them is our head office. And I feel we would not be able to be integrated if we did not kickstart all of these discussions with the government and to collaborate actually with the private sector. I mean, Leila, you and I are very much aligned in terms of the industry perspective. And when we advocate as an industry, I'm not talking as Nestle, Leila is not talking as Mars, and so on and so forth for our other colleagues. We try as much as we can to unite as an industry and make sure that we're driving the impact and aligning with the UAE governments. Now, last question, and let me take my handy-dandy notes here. So just if you can summarize, and Leila, I'll give this question to you. What does from global to local, because this is the title of our panel here, means for the future of your organization in the UAE?
Yeah, I think it's about thinking globally but acting locally. If I can use one example, if that's okay. If I take one of our biggest brands, Galaxy, brands are really how you communicate with the consumer. So it's from consumer preferences in terms of flavor and flavor profiles. You see a lot of brands mixing the chocolate with dates or with kunafa and baqlawa, and the flavors that we've grown up and so used to. You see a lot of trial in terms of taking the concepts of unattended retail and reaching out to consumers in different ways, taken here with 200 different nationalities. You see us also trying to implement this in terms of sustainability or positive societal impact. Galaxy, for example, partnered with Abdallah Al Ghurair Foundation to Numo program to support Emirati women and help them in their vocational training journey to enter into the workforce and feel more empowered. So really, it's about taking those, as I mentioned, global thinking and immersing yourself for the future growth of the country and the community where we're operating, whether in terms of talent, whether in terms of programs, whether in terms of portfolio and consumer, reaching the consumer through different creative ways. So.
Thank you, Leila. Now, Mariam, I mean, you are obviously working with so many multinationals. You're also supporting us in the UAE food cluster. You went and you saw how global multinationals form together, all of these industry coalitions. What does, after all of this experience that you've had, what does from global to local means to the ministry and the UAE's vision?
Okay, so you know, the Ministry of Economy, we actually experience firsthand what does global to local mean. We have recently did a benchmark trip to Switzerland, and we saw how companies have came together, how they created the UAE food cluster ecosystem, but the version of the Swiss version of it. So we saw how Swiss Nutrition Valley has worked, and the key difference here is that in the UAE, we as a government enable the ecosystem, and we are trying to create this very small community that will help support the economic side of the UAE. And global to local is very much something that the UAE here does in the UAE, in this ecosystem, in the food sector ecosystem. But mostly, we would also like from local to global. This is what we would like to achieve. We would like to achieve local communities go globally and prove themselves there.
100%. No, I do agree, and we've worked with the regional, and we've worked with SMEs, we've worked with academia, and I think the entirety of the ecosystem needs to come together. And with that, this very short session, I hope that you guys have had some insights, but I feel if I have to summarize it into 3 main points, first of all, as multinationals, localization does not mean dialing down our global strategies. We always have compasses, but it's very key. And I think here, Leila, you can agree with me also as a multinational that we need to look at what are the needs and what can be done in that sense in order for us to have our moral compass, which is our global strategy, localized it into the local context. Second of all, I feel, and it's a lesson learned for me actually as a professional working with the UAE food cluster, is that the ecosystem includes so many other players, from academia perspective, from SMEs perspective, from local sourcing perspective as well, and these are the lessons that I'm taking over, I feel, as a multinational and as brands. With that, we conclude this session, and I thank you all for attending. And please, if you have any questions, we'd love to talk more to the audience. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are now ready to spotlight a national model that
أنا المجند سعيد الشامسي، فخور بخدمة وطني من خلال عملي في قطاع الغذاء.
أنا المجند علي الناصري، الأمن الغذائي مسؤولية وطنية نؤديها بإخلاص.
أنا المجند حمد العيسائي، أشارك في تطوير بيئة الإنتاج ودعم الأمن الغذائي الوطني.
نحن مجندو الخدمة الوطنية نعمل من أجل غذاء آمن ومستدام.
Leading the conversation forward, it gives me great honor to welcome Khamis al-Shamsi from Adafza.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أحب أقدم برزنتيشن عن برنامج الخدمة الوطنية البديلة في هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية. محدثكم خميس سيف الشامسي، مدير تطوير برامج الخدمة الوطنية البديلة في هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية. في البداية سنبدأ بنبذة تاريخية عن البرنامج. أطلق البرنامج عام 2017 بعد صدور القرار رقم 35 عن نائب القائد الأعلى للقوات المسلحة بتأدية الخدمة الوطنية البديلة في مركز أبو ظبي للأمن الغذائي، حالياً هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية. البرنامج كان رؤية القيادة الرشيدة في استدامة المنشآت الغذائية الحيوية، وذلك باستخدام خطط استمرارية الأعمال. في البداية كان الارتكاز الأساسي هو المخزون الاستراتيجي على المستوى المحلي لإمارة أبو ظبي، وتم تطويره ليشمل المخزون الاستراتيجي على مستوى الدولة بالكامل. الوظائف الحيوية اللي يشغلها المجندين هي الوظائف التي تدعم استمرار المنشآت الغذائية الحيوية وشركات الشؤون اللوجستية. البرنامج بدأ بداية في عام 2017 بعدد 8 شركاء، تقريبا 16 موقع. الآن البرنامج يشمل تقريبا 28 شريك. ينشط المجندين في مواقع التدريب بعدد تقريبا يوازي 106 موقع على مختلف أرجاء دولة الإمارات بالكامل. البرنامج عموما تم تطويره على مراحل. بدأت أول عمليات التطوير في كتابة الخطة الاستراتيجية للبرنامج في 2019. تم التعاون مع أكاديمية ربدان اللي دراسة وضع راهن للبرنامج، وتم وضع أول خارطة طريق في نهاية 2020. والآن البرنامج باستمرار يخضع للتطوير تحت إشراف الهيئة، وأطلقت في الآونة الأخيرة خارطة طريق 2026-2028. البرنامج برنامج مؤسسي بالكامل، يتميز بالمرونة ويتميز بالديناميكية في التصميم، يتوافق مع جميع متطلبات نظام الإدارة المتكامل في هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية. البرنامج يشتغل على أجزاء كبيرة منه على منصة جاهزية، نستخدم أتمتة العمليات وتخزين استخدام العمليات الرقمية دائما في إدارة بيانات المجندين. منجزات البرنامج متعددة وكثيرة. الشيء الأساسي أن نحن قدرنا نغطي المنشآت الحيوية والشركات الشؤون اللوجستية التي تعمل على المخزون الاستراتيجي بالكامل، ولله الحمد تم الانتهاء منها بالكامل. السلع الأساسية اللي موجودة في المخزون الاستراتيجي تم تغطيتها، علاوة على أن نحن استمرارنا في استقطاب الشركاء الجدد لينضموا إلى البرنامج ما زال مستمر، وما زال نحن ما زلنا نغطي هذه الجوانب اللي تختص بالأمن الغذائي وتختص بالشؤون اللوجستية، وانتقلنا من المستوى المحلي على إمارة أبو ظبي إلى المستوى الوطني لتشمل جميع إمارات الدولة. الخبر الكويس والخبر الزين أن نحن استطعنا ولله الحمد تأهيل أكثر من 2300 مجند مؤهل للعمل على الوظائف الحيوية في جميع القطاعات اللي تشمل الأمن الغذائي والشؤون اللوجستية على مستوى الدولة. أدخلنا في الآونة الأخيرة في البرنامج الإنتاج الزراعي والحيواني. لدينا الآن عدد من المزارع التي يعمل بها المجندين اللي موجودين سواء كان على مستوى إمارة أبو ظبي أو الإمارات الأخرى. يعني واحد من الأخبار الجميلة جدا حصول الهيئة على الاعتماد الرسمي لمؤهل الدبلوم المهني في الزراعة والسلامة الغذائية، والذي سيطبق إن شاء الله في الدورة القادمة. الدبلوم هذا one of the kind، واحد من الأشياء الجميلة أن هذا موجود الأول من نوعه على مستوى العالم في الزراعة والسلامة الغذائية في مجال الخدمة البديلة. البرنامج يحوي عدد كثير من مبادرات المجندين، ونشجع دائما المجندين على التطوير وعلى الابتكار في مجال المخزون الاستراتيجي. كيف ننظر للبرنامج؟ البرنامج هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية تسعى دائما إلى رفع مستوى البرنامج من خلال تطبيق أفضل الممارسات العالمية على مستوى العالم، حيث تم نقل الممارسات من الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية والمملكة المتحدة وكندا. الآن البرنامج يأخذ طابع آخر بتبني هذه الممارسات لننتقل من المحلية إلى العالمية. البرنامج جزء كبير من بياناته موجودة على منصة جاهزية، وهذا ينتقل لأتمتة العمليات واستخدام الأنظمة الرقمية. البرنامج سيتم المشاركة إن شاء الله به في جائزة أبو ظبي للتميز المؤسسي، وتم المشاركة على مستوى دولي في جائزة في المملكة المتحدة، ووصلنا الحمد لله رب العالمين إلى الشورت ليست ما بين 36 مشارك، وصلنا مع الستة ولم يحالفنا الحظ، ولكن إن شاء الله لن نتوقف وسنمضي إن شاء الله إلى الأفضل. واحد من الأشياء الرؤية المستقبلية اللي تتبناها هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية هو تطوير مفهوم استخدام الاحتياط في الأمن الغذائي. شاركنا بمبادرة إلى هيئة الخدمة الوطنية والاحتياطية بهذا المفهوم، وتم نقل هذه المبادرة إلى الجهة المعنية الآن عن الخدمة البديلة. في النهاية هذا نموذج من النماذج اللي نحن نعتمدها في إدارة برنامج الخدمة الوطنية البديلة. هذه خارطة الطريق ل3 سنوات القادمة، وهذه الخارطة موائمة مع الخارطة الاستراتيجية لهيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية. نهتم كثير جدا بأن نحن التخطيط عندنا يكون متوائم مع هيئة الاستراتيجية ومع مستهدفات حكومة أبو ظبي. أعتقد أن نحن الخارطة فيها الكثير، لكن نحن وتكلمنا عن شيء بسيط منها. مثلا سيتم تصميم أول تمرين محاكاة في الخدمة البديلة على مستوى الدولة، وبيتم تنفيذه في سنة 2027. نسعى إلى أن نحن نتوسع أكثر في أتمتة العمليات وإدخال أدوات الذكاء الاصطناعي في تحليل البيانات للمجندين وعملية التواصل. سننقل أتمتة العمليات إلى مستوى أعلى، بحيث أن هي تشمل إن شاء الله هي السيلف سيرفيس بالنسبة للمجندين. اللي ما شاء الله المبادرات كثيرة، ولكن أنا بتكلم واحدة من الأشياء الجديدة في الخدمة البديلة اللي بنطلقها، اللي هي وحدات التدريب. يتم التخطيط لها بالتعاون مع أكاديمية ربدان، علاوة على أن الدبلوم سيطبق إن شاء الله في 2026 وسيعتمد في 2027 كمخرج من مخرجات البرنامج يردف سوق العمل بالمواطنين المؤهلين اللي يستطيعون أنهم يمارسون شغلهم في المنشآت الغذائية الحيوية، ويعني يكونون ذراع أو امتداد للبرنامج موجود داخل الشركات. أنا بهذا اختتم البرزنتيشن.
Leading this conversation forward, it gives me great honor to welcome onto stage Sheikh Mohammed Al-Abdouli.
في وطن لا يعرف المستحيل تكتب قصص الريادة بجهود أبنائه المخلصين، قصص تبدأ بفكرة وتكبر برؤية وتثمر إنجازاً يسهم في صون موارد الوطن واستدامة أمنه الغذائي. حضورنا الكريم، نرحب بكم في هذه الجلسة الحوارية ضمن فعاليات الأسبوع العالمي للغذاء، لنسلط الضوء على إحدى أبرز المبادرات الوطنية في دولة الإمارات، ألا وهو برنامج الخدمة الوطنية البديلة في هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية. هذا البرنامج الذي شكل نموذجاً وطنياً يحتذى به في ترجمة رؤية القيادة الرشيدة في تمكين الشباب وتعزيز جاهزية منظومة الأمن الغذائي الوطني. ويشرفنا اليوم أن نستضيف إحدى القيادات الوطنية التي كان لها دور حيوي ومحوري في تطوير برنامج الخدمة الوطنية البديلة، الأستاذ خميس سيف الشامسي، مدير تطوير برامج الخدمة الوطنية البديلة في هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية، وكذلك صاحب مسيرة حافلة في ميادين الخدمة العسكرية والإدارة الاستراتيجية والتنمية البشرية. حياك الله أستاذ خميس ويا مرحبا بك.
مشكورة وجزاك الله خير. في البداية أود أشكر إدارة أو القائمين على معرض الأسبوع العالمي للغذاء لإتاحة لنا هذه الفرصة لعرض برنامج الخدمة الوطنية البديلة، ويشرفني أن أكون بينكم اليوم لاستعراض برنامج الخدمة الوطنية البديلة. هذا البرنامج اللي يعطي انطباع أولي عن الرؤية الثاقبة للقيادة الرشيدة. معايشة البرنامج تعطينا أهمية البرنامج، والبرنامج هو رؤية القيادة الرشيدة لاستدامة الأمن الغذائي. ولا ننسى تصريح سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد رئيس الدولة حفظه الله في ما يخص الأمن الغذائي، عندما استخدم أن الأمن الغذائي خط أحمر. فمن معايشتي أنا للبرنامج، وتقريبا يعني أن هذا البرنامج يحمل الكثير من
راح نبحر معاك
الأهمية.
بالحوار إن شاء الله.
وعندك الموضوع أنت
الحوار ثري إن شاء الله,
إن شاء الله.
وراح تستفيدون من رسائل وطنية ملهمة. كل مشروع وطني عظيم يبدأ بخطة تزرع اليوم لتثمر غدا إنجازا شامخا. أستاذ خميس، لو نرجعك شوية ورا منذ عام 2016 إلى هذا اليوم، نحن الحقيقة شهدنا أن برنامج الخدمة الوطنية البديلة في تطور من مبادرة إلى منظومة وطنية متكاملة تدعم الأمن الغذائي وكذلك تعزز الجاهزية. كيف بدت هذه القصة والرحلة؟ واليوم نقدر نقول برنامج الخدمة الوطنية البديلة قصة نجاح وطنية، يعني الحقيقة كل يفخر بها. احكي لنا القصة والرحلة.
البداية كانت بصدور القرار رقم 35 من نائب القائد الأعلى للقوات المسلحة بتأدية الخدمة الوطنية البديلة في مركز أبو ظبي للأمن الغذائي، حاليا هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية. تم يعني بناء البرنامج بالتعاون مع هيئة الخدمة الوطنية والاحتياطية. القرار في حد ذاته كتفعيل لخدمة بديلة في منشآت غذائية حيوية يعطينا انطباع عن الرؤية البعيدة المدى، الرؤية الاستراتيجية للقيادة الرشيدة. الهيئة أخذت على عاتقها تنفيذ البرنامج وتطويره ونقله مثل ما تفضلتي لكي يصبح نموذج إماراتي لمنتج إماراتي يأخذنا بعيد. البرنامج بدأ مثل ما تفضلت، مثل ما قلت أنا في بدايته كانت مع 8 شركاء، والبرنامج بدأ في بس المخزون الاستراتيجي، لكن هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية استطعنا بالتعاون مع الأخوة اللي موجودين من تطوير البرنامج ونقله لكي يكون تجربة في الخدمة البديلة يحتذى بها وتعطي انطباع عن أن هذا العمل عمل وطني متكامل يشمل جميع
الحقيقة فخورين في هذا المبادرة الاستراتيجية والوطنية، وهذا الحقيقة يدل أن اليوم الولاء للوطن يترجم إلى، يعني يخلي أبناء الوطن لما يكون عندهم ولاء يترجم هذا الشيء إلى كفاءة وإبداع وإنتاج طيب مثل برنامج الخدمة الوطنية البديلة.
أعتقد أختي شيخة أن يعني هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية شعارها هو الريادة،
نعم،
في العالمية في الأمن الغذائي.
نعم.
فلما تلقفت البرنامج واحتضنت البرنامج وأضافته كإضافة قوية إلى الشعار الأساسي الهيئة، خذت ترسخ هذه القيم اللي موجودة في البرنامج وتضيف له كاستراتيجية استدامة المنشآت الغذائية الحيوية. هو بيكون الذراع الفعال اللي موجود في الأزمات والطوارئ. النظرة هذه أعطت البرنامج بعد أكثر. قد لا يكون البرنامج إعلاميا شوي طالع، لكن الغالبية أن يعني بدأوا الناس يحذون حذو الهيئة في النموذج اللي نحن نستخدمه في الخدمة الوطنية البديلة.
نعم، وطبعا هذا النجاح لا يكمل بدون شراكة حقيقية. كنا نعرف اليوم سر استدامة أي برنامج أو مشروع يطلق لابد أن يكون في شراكة حقيقية، والحقيقة شاهدنا أن هيئة أبو ظبي في شراكة مؤسسية بين القطاع مع القطاع الخاص، واستطاعت اليوم الهيئة أنها يعني تبني جسور متينة في موضوع التدريب الوطني ومتطلبات المخزون الاستراتيجي. أستاذ خميس، لو نروح للجانب العملي أكثر، ممكن تحكي لنا قصة نجاح لشراكة محددة ضمن برنامج الخدمة الوطنية البديلة، وخلنا نقول يعني هذه الشراكة مدعمة بنتائج انعكست على أداء المجندين وجاهزية المنشآت الحيوية.
في البداية الشراكة هذه ليست مجرد اتفاقيات، الشراكة هذه شراكة وطنية تدعم استدامة المنشآت الغذائية الحيوية وتلبي نظرة القيادة الرشيدة في هذا المجال. القطاع الخاص دوره فاعل ودوره مؤثر جدا في استدامة منظومة الأمن الغذائي. الكل يعلم أن مثلا مخزون استراتيجي، السلع الاستراتيجية، السلع اللي موجودة فيه الأساسية هي عند القطاع الخاص. فالقطاع الخاص أنا يعني من هذا المنبر أشكرهم جميعا على تفاعلهم الإيجابي مع البرنامج ودخولهم. القصص النجاح مع الشركاء كثيرة جدا، ولكن أنا أحب أنا أحب أني أنا أنقل إحدى هذه القصص اللي شاهدتها بنفسي وشفتها، ويمكن اللي هي شركة الظاهرة الزراعية. شركة الظاهرة الزراعية ولله الحمد بعد توجيه حكومة أبو ظبي استطاعوا المجندين أنهم يستديمون من عمليات هذه الشركة ما نسبته 70% من عمليات المصنع بالكامل. فأصبحت الآن لدينا القدرة أو لدينا الثقة في المجندين بأن مصنع الرز للظاهرة في منطقة كيزاد في إمارة أبو ظبي هذا المصنع يدار بالكامل. الشيء الملاحظ أن واحدة من مخرجات هذه الأشياء اللي موجودة أن أغلب الأشياء اللي في المصنع تم تطويرها بناء على اقتراحات المجندين. جميل. وأن المجندين أخذوا على عاتقهم كذلك طلعوا من حيز التدريب إلى حيز ممارسة أن التطوير والابتكار في المجال اللي هو يخص الرز. الآن هذه واحدة من الأشياء اللي موجودة كشريك. الشركاء الحمد لله رب العالمين الآن يزيدون عن تقريبا 28 شريك موزعين على مستوى الدولة. شراكاتنا معاهم كانت البداية الأولى بحضور سيد صاحب السمو الشيخ منصور بن زايد اللي حضور الاتفاقيات، وقعنا مع 19 شريك في 2019. فكانت هذه الباكورة أو بداية مرحلة الشراكات الاستراتيجية. الهيئة مستمرة في تطوير هذه الشراكات وإدخال شركاء جدد، ويعني فرق العمل لا يعني تذخر أي جهد من استقطاب الشركاء الجدد.
الحقيقة ما سمعناه منك يؤكد أن اليوم البرنامج منصة تكاملية بين الجهود الحكومية والقطاعات الخاصة، وهذا يؤكد أن العمل الجماعي مهم جدا من أجل الأمن الغذائي المستدام. قال صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان حفظه الله رئيس الدولة: الخدمة الوطنية شرف ومسؤولية، ومشاركة الشباب فيها استثمار في مستقبل الوطن. كنا نعرف اليوم أن الشباب هم نبض وروح المستقبل، ومن خلالهم نبري قدرات الوطن ونصون منجزات الوطن. أستاذ خميس، من خلال البرنامج الخدمة الوطنية البديلة في الهيئة الأكيد أن انفتحت الفرص والآفاق للمجندين المواطنين ليكونوا جزءاً من منظومة الأمن الغذائي الوطني. كيف اليوم أسهمت برامج التأهيل والتدريب في تمكين هؤلاء الشباب مهنياً ومعنوياً؟
يمكن هذا الموضوع بالذات فريق العمل اللي يعمل في قسم الخدمة الوطنية البديلة في مركز استمرارية الأعمال والأمن السبراني عندنا في الهيئة، شاهدنا قصص تثلج الصدر. ويعني خلنا نقول نحن كنا نروح نرفع معنوياتهم، فحصلناهم بإنجازاتهم رفعوا معنوياتنا وخلوا أن نحن نضاعف لهم الدعم. المجندين في البرنامج عندنا متنوعين الثقافات، متنوعين الشهادات. هذا يعطينا فرصة أكبر على أساس أنهم هم مش بس يؤدون الخدمة الوطنية البديلة، هم يضيفون الكثير لمنظومة الأمن الغذائي، يضيفون الكثير للشركاء، يضيفون الكثير
هناك ولاء.
أي نعم.
في ولاء للوطن.
الآن كيف هذا ينعكس على ترجمة تعزيز قيم المواطنة والولاء؟ المواطن المجند لما يخدم هو يعرف أن أصلا في خدمة علم خلال الفترة المخصصة للخدمة الوطنية. هذه نظرة الاعتزاز والشرف هذا يرفع من مكانة العمل الذي يقوم به. الآن المجندين في بينهم يعني من تركوا أثر طيب وتركوا قصص نحن في محيط الخدمة البديلة نتداولها. أنا بأتي على ذكر أحد المجندين، أحد الشركاء كانت عنده مشكلة في خط البسترة اللي هو مزارع أبقار العين، وكان موجود الدكتور محمد الدرمكي من الخدمة البديلة كان يشتغل على خط الإنتاج حليب طويل الأمد. ساهم الدكتور محمد الدرمكي في حل المشكلة دون اللجوء إلى المصنع أو الشركة المصنعة، فهذه كفاءة نحن نعتز فيها وتم تكريمه من قبل الشركة. في النهاية هو وفر على الشركة جهد كبير، ووفر عليها أموال طائلة. الآن تحسين الإجراءات اللي موجودة في الشركات، هذه القصة أنا أفتخر أن تشاركناها مع سيدي اللواء الركن طيار الشيخ أحمد بن طحنون نائب رئيس أركان القوات المسلحة في زيارة لنا في البرنامج في التمرين النهائي في مواني دبي العالمية، حيث أن أحد المجندين استطاع تحسين إجراءات شراء وتداول قطع الغيار في التيرمينال 3 ورفع من كفاءة ووفر الكثير من الأموال على الشركة.
الحقيقة احنا فخورين في هذه النماذج الملهمة من شباب الإمارات، ويأكدون أن هذه النماذج أن الاستثمار الحقيقي في الإنسان هو الأساس لبناء مستقبل مستدام. شاهدنا من خلال عرضك التقديم السابق خارطة طريق للخدمة الوطنية البديلة، وهذا يدل أن اليوم إن في استشراف مستقبل لبرنامج الخدمة الوطنية البديلة في الهيئة، وشفنا ملامح طموحة في كل سنة، في ملامح طموحة في التخطيط الاستراتيجي اللي صاير لخارطة الطريق. احنا راح نسألك عن كل سنة أسئلة فرعية، انتقينا لك بعض الملامح الاستراتيجية وحابين نسمع منك
إن شاء الله. إن شاء الله.
بالنسبة لعام 2026 لاحظنا أن هناك في مرحلة تطويرية، كيف اليوم ساهمت مرحلة التقييم في تحديد أولويات البرنامج المستقبلي؟ شو أبرز خلينا نقول الدروس المستفادة من المرحلة السابقة اللي أدت أن اليوم في تقييم وفي أولويات للمستقبل القادم للبرنامج؟
في البداية أنا أود أشكر الإدارة العليا عندنا في الهيئة لثقتهم في الكادر الوطني. أنا يعني أعتز أن الخارطة الطريق هذه تم تخطيطها بجهود وطنية كاملة داخل هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية. الخارطة الاستراتيجية هي رود ماب أو خارطة الطريق. خارطة الطريق هذه نحن نعكس فيها رؤية الإدارة العليا في الهيئة عندنا، ونعكس فيها متطلبات البرنامج في الجوانب اللي تحتاج إلى تطوير، وننقل البرنامج مثل ما قلت أنا في البرزنتيشن. نحن نسعى إلى نقل البرنامج من المستوى المحلي وحتى الإقليمي إلى المستوى العالمي. الآن الممارسات اللي نحن أو المبادرات المشاريع اللي موجودة في خارطة الطريق، لو تشوفين أن نحن يعني نسعى أن نحن يعني نضع أول تمرين محاكاة للخدمة البديلة على مستوى الدولة. نضع خلال سنة 2026 تطبيق العينة الأولية لبرنامج الدبلوم المهني في الزراعة والسلامة الغذائية. نضع الأساس لخطة استمرارية الأعمال للبرنامج. المشاريع كثيرة. كل مشروع سيبدأ إن شاء الله هذه المرحلة سيسبقها تقييم شامل للبرنامج عشان نقف على بالضبط وين الجوانب اللي نحن نبدأ فيها في البداية كأولويات.
ما شاء الله البرنامج يعني جميل أنه يملك هذه الخريطة الاستشرافية للمستقبل. في عام 2027 كذلك عندنا التدريب الذكي. في اليوم تواكب مع التكنولوجيا وفي زمن خلينا نقول الأنظمة الذكية، كيف اليوم ممكن هذا التصور اللي وضع في الخارطة للتقنيات أنها فعلا تعزز جودة التدريب واستمراريته؟
من خارطة الطريق السابقة نحن استشفينا أن نحن لازم نبني وحدات تدريب إلكترونية. فوحدات التدريب الإلكترونية هذه بتوفر حتى على الشركاء أجزاء كثيرة ومراحل كثيرة من عمليات التدريب. والوحدات التدريب الإلكترونية هذه بتكون هي عبارة عن كل البرنامج عموما يحتوي على 4 مجموعات وظيفية. كل مجموعة وظيفية لها كريكولم خاص أو مناهج خاصة يتم التدريب من خلالها. نحن نبغى ننتقل من عمليات التدريب العادية إلى عمليات التدريب الذكية. فبالتالي نحن في البداية بنبدأ ببناء الوحدات الإلكترونية، وبنبدأ نطبقها على نطاق ضيق على بعض الشركاء. إن شاء الله في نهاية يعني خارطة الطريق نكون هذه وحدات تدريب إلكترونية من خلال نظام جاهزية اللي موجود والأتمتة للبرنامج بالكامل، أن نحن نبدأ ندخل في التدريب اللي هو الإلكتروني أو الوحدات التدريب الإلكترونية.
ما شاء الله، الملامح الخارطة فعلا استراتيجية متكاملة. بالنسبة لعام 2028 شهدنا أن هناك الخارطة عندها نية أنها توسع القطاعات لتشمل قطاعات جديدة. ممكن تغششنا ممكن من أبرز القطاعات اللي على مدى طويل راح تشمل؟
نحن يعني بتوجيه من الإدارة العليا الحمد لله استطعنا أن ندرج، وأنا أزف الخبر هذا للحضور، أن الحمد لله رب العالمين أضفنا الشركات التي تعمل في سلاسل الإمداد. أضفنا تقريبا شركتين من الشركات التي تعمل في سلاسل الإمداد، وهذا الانتقال دائما نحن القطاعات لن نتوقف عن كل ما يعنى بالخدمة الوطنية البديلة والشؤون اللوجستية. تم الانتقال الآن إلى سلاسل الإمداد، وإن شاء الله نصل إلى أن نغطي الشؤون اللوجستية بالكامل، ويعني ننقل البرنامج نقلة نوعية.
جميل هذا التوسع الطموح بخطوات راسخة نحو مدى أطول. سؤالنا الختامي لك أستاذ خميس، لو طلب منك أنك تلخص رحلة هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية مع برنامج الخدمة الوطنية البديلة في كلمة واحدة، ماذا ستكون؟
أنا أعتقد أن أفضل رسالة أني أنا أقولها أن الفريق العمل وهيئة أبو ظبي والزراعة هيئة أبو ظبي للزراعة والسلامة الغذائية ما ترد على القيادة الرشيدة إلا تقول تم. هذه نحن البرنامج هذا يعني وسام على صدورنا نفتخر به، ونفتخر بأن نحن نعمل في هذا البرنامج، يعني وضعوا الثقة فينا، فنحن إن شاء الله نكون على قدر هذه الثقة وما نرد إلا تم.
ونحن في وطن لا يعرف المستحيل. في الختام جلستنا نحب أن نختم برسالة إماراتية خالصة نؤكد أن الاستدامة الأمن الغذائي ليست غاية فقط، بل التزام وطني وإنساني، وروح الاتحاد هي السبيل الدائم لصون موارد وطننا وضمان واستمرارية اسم الإمارات في مقدمة الدول العالم عطاء وريادة وإنسانية. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
اسمحي لي شيخة، أنا اسمحوا لي بس يعني وفاء للجهود المبذولة وللناس اللي خلف الكواليس وإحقاقا للحق، أنا أتمنى أن نحن يعني أباكم تشوفون فريق عملنا، فأطلب من فريق العمل التواجد على المسرح، وهذا ترى أقل شيء نقدم لهم إياه كشكر وعرفان لهذا الفريق الذي يعمل على مدار السنة لكي يضمن لنا هذا العمل المتميز في البرنامج. تفضلوا أخواني
حياكم
خواتي.
صورة جماعية للجهود الموظفين أمام وخلف الكواليس. حياكم للصورة الجماعية على الستيج.
شيخة ذكرت أن الاستثمار الحقيقي هو الإنسان، وخير مثال لهذا الكلام يوم القائد يعطي المجهود ويعطي فريق الحق اللي يستاهله. فخير مثال للكلام اللي قالته الشيخة، ونشكركم على هذه الجلسة الملهمة. وإذا بنتكلم عن تم الإلهام اليوم بوجودكم معنا. Our next panel debates venture capital and sovereign funds. To start the discussion, please welcome His Excellency Dr. Ubaid Zaabi, Board Chairman of the Arab Authority for Agricultural Investment and Development, Soren Kanek, Minister Counselor for Food, Agriculture and Fisheries in MENA, Samir Mohammed Kresh, Economic Advisor and Investment Expert at Adavza. And to moderate this session, we welcome once again to the platform Dr. Ahmed Mukhtar. Over to you, Dr. Ahmed.
Thank you so much. A very good afternoon. And a special mention of those who are still sitting here. Okay, they are very interesting audience. All right, thank you so much. So we have an exciting panel with us. As you heard, this panel would discuss some of the so-called high-end issues in terms of the venture capitals and sovereign fund in the agri-food investments. Now, the thing is that, do we have investments in the agri-food systems? Of course, if you look at the UAE, Gulf countries, and similarly placed, yes, there is loads and loads of private sector. There are, very good financing and investment vehicles in general. And of course, you have an interest from the sovereign funds as well, getting into the development landscape. But have we found a balance, have we found an ideal situation that how much of the venture capital versus sovereign funds should be there or are there, to start with? And is that the solution towards this financing and the investment calls that everyone does? Of course, the third aspect would be that how much this would be applicable in the countries that are a bit dry of the investment and financing, particularly the developing countries. Now, we have three leading experts with us in order to discuss that. I would not go into their profiles and CVs because you have seen that, and they are all well known in their fields. We have with us His Excellency Dr. Ubaid Al-Zaabi. He is Chairman of the Board of the Arab Authority for Agriculture, Investment and Development. I think many of you would know it's a premium institution in terms of investments in the agriculture. Then next to him we have Soren, if I pronounce correctly, Soren? Okay. Soren Kanek. Well, I will not venture for your last name, please, if you allow me.
Kanek Markwassen.
Okay, thank you. He's the Minister Counselor for the Food and Agriculture and Fisheries for the MENA region in the Royal Danish Consulate, Dubai. And then we have Dr. Samir Mohammed Kresh. He's Economic Advisor and Senior Investment Specialist at the Abu Dhabi Agriculture Authority for Agriculture and Food Safety Authority. Now, with this panel, since we have the practitioner, analysts, and people on ground, we'll try to start with some of so-called structured questions, but then later on we might go into some of the discussions, and in case the audience is still not sleeping until that time, we will ask some questions from the audience as well. No, they are not. I can see at least some smiles, so that means people are still, enjoying this one. Thank you so much, audience. A big hand for you. Okay, let's start with the questions because we have a very short time, I'm told. So let's start with a bigger picture. And Dr. Ubaid, who would be better than you to take us through, from your experience, that what do you think are the major trends in the agri-food investments that you have observed, of course, as a chairman of the AAID, and in general, in the recent past, and how do you see the next 10 years, where are these investments coming from? How do you see the sector evolving?
Okay, assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everybody here, and thanks for attending these sessions today. I'm proud to be here also among, the esteemed delegates, and, the question is critical. It's touched the nerve, actually, but, I could, answer it in a brief statements. From our experience financing agriculture projects in entire Arab world, there is a challenge and there is potentials as well. We are using a band's range of financing tools. It ranging from greenfields, full equity financings, and gradually it goes to the loan, revolving loans, microfinance, and also we are using co-fundings with prestigious funds just like yours and others. Also, we have established incubators. We have established revolving developments loans with co-op in some of the countries like Jordans, Mauritania, Sudan's, and Comoros Islands as well. If you are working with the develop agriculture and you have strategic goals of develop the society in these countries, you will facing with a range of challenges. The ultimate one is pertaining to the farmer himself. He needs more skills to be prepared for taking care of his farms. He needs management skills and some technologies using in his farms. It depends what the size of projects. If it is a mega projects, big projects, and you have partners on the grounds with you, so the challenge will be the regulations itself. So you need a society or the country pertaining a solid financial regime, such as disclosure, freeing the movements of capitals, transferring of profits of these projects, taxation regime, etc. If you are financing microfinance directed to the small farmers, of course you will go into mix with these challenges, other challenge connected with the skills of these farmers. So you need to be with him on the grounds, give him, a skills of management, a skill of using technology, etc. So this is the brief, the challenge. Potentials, of course, there is a potentials. With nowadays technology, we have, the bio farmings, the biotechnology, the smart farmings, the artificial intelligence techniques and skills using to grow the crops and, cultivations, the agriculture. Beside this, you have also the developments in financing, management skills, softwares we can use in a way of make these projects very successful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zabi. I think this is, of course, you have alluded to this so-called advanced techniques and things like that, but probably there is, let's say, a large segment still of the farmers or the agri-producers who may not be able to access that. And we have to give a lot of enabling environment. And for that, if I can request Dr. Samer to share your experience from the public sector investments, that what policies or the frameworks can help attract both the venture capital and sovereign investments into the agri-food ecosystems. What are the enabling so-called policies or benchmarks or the frameworks in your experience?
Thank you, Doctor. First of all, we have to agree that the venture capital is depend on the rule of high risk, high return. This is the first thing that we can go from. And attracting both types of investors require a clear and predictable investment environment. Here, the governments play a vital role on this. We can cite some of these facts that the government can do to attract these investments. First of all, PPP, Public-Private Partnership Framework. Public-Private Partnership Framework, it could cost zero indirect cost for the government. So direct costs almost zero, so we can start from there. In Abu Dhabi, we have to benefit as well of the law number 2 of 2019, which put the regulations of partnership between the public and the private sector, which establish a clear framework and to govern the PPP, and this law encourage private sector participation in strategic and development projects. This is, I think, that the first framework that we can start with, and it will not be costly. Then we can go for targeted incentives, such as investment scheme, blended finance. Blended finance, we mean mixed finance or hybrid finance between the government and the private sector, and access to land as well. Some of these incentives exist on Abu Dhabi level from government entities. Then I think that we can go for regulatory clarity and digital platform. I think that there is on Abu Dhabi level, there is group of work and committee to invest or to search about how to enhance the investors' journey, licensing, and project pipelines. Then, the most important as well, we have to stick with the national alignment. So, ensuring investments support food security goals, sustainability standard, and local value chain development. Abu Dhabi government, included ADAFSA, is already aligned with the national food security strategy, and the entities show how smart policy coordination attract both agile venture funds and strategic sovereign capital to build a robust agri-food ecosystem. I think that these some suggestion how we can put the framework and how we can go forward. From my point of view, I think that the PPP is the most important now.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. Thank you for sharing, this, what we can call the ingredients for an enabling framework and what's being done. Now let's stay on the same tangent and, take some best practices from Europe as well. We have Soren with us, who, as I mentioned, is representing Denmark, but Soren, will request your experience from Europe, or let's say Scandinavia in particular, where these things are very well structured, and particularly, the investments that are driving the innovation. So if you can share with us your experience from Europe or Scandinavia or Denmark in particular, on what are the structure of the investments. Is it more like the sovereign funds who are driving that innovation, or the private finance in form of the venture capitals and so on and so forth? So what would you like to share as a best practice with all of us, which is applicable not only in our region, in the Gulf, but beyond that?
Okay, thank you. It's good to see everybody here. I hope I'm audible. One thing is to talk about investments. If you have a bankable technology, bankable product, people will invest. So what we in Denmark has done is to create the triple helix system, where government work with academia, who works with industries closely together to foster innovation, and then have the right investment available at the right time. So in the beginning, you will have government funds helping on startups, setting up cluster approaches, nurturing an opportunity. I was just in Denmark because I heard that there was some plans for agriculture here, and Denmark pioneered RAS technology and land-based agriculture farming. So I went to have a look at Danish Technology University. Now, DTU Aqua is placed at the North Sea Science Park, far away from Copenhagen, but where all the technology providers are. And they have then created an environment where startups can start up. Even when they grow bigger, they will have researchers working there within the DTU. And having funding available both from companies who are looking into scaling up new technologies, but also from government and others. Then when you come later, I thought it was interesting to see power play venture capital against sovereign fund. I think you need different kind of capital at different times. So the most important thing for a venture fund is that the company pass the valley of death, and once they get into grade 7 level, you can invest it, you can scale it. Once you have grown it up and it becomes viable, then the sovereign fund, the pension, the institutional investor can then have a longer view and then buy into the company. Another way that we have done is also we have tried when it comes to agriculture to commercialize it a little bit by having companies operate large, say, 1,700-acre farms, which are professional managed, where you can invest into those and then get an insight into how do you do regenerative farming, how do you use the latest technology. That could also be something that Abu Dhabi could look into, that you can then, by having large-scale farming and investing into that in other places, you can basically learn how do we do sustainable farming, how do we get a AAA rating on sustainability, how do we get a B Corp, how do we develop our agriculture. We also have venture funds which are investing into level 7 agricultural companies with the aim to scaling it up in the UAE. Because we saw with COVID that food security is a must. It doesn't matter how many agreements you have worldwide, if the boxes that is running on the shipping lines are everywhere but here, it doesn't matter, right? So you need to build up a food security, and I see that especially UAE and Abu Dhabi is doing a great job in trying to find out how do we scale up our local manufacturing, how do we get protein and food closer to the consumer. So did that answer your questions?
Well, partly, because we will not let you off the hook for the second round. But I think, no, absolutely. Thank you so much, Oren, for that. But I think if audience is still, let's say, listening to us, one would think that, there is an enabling system or infrastructure, and there is a finance as well. But still, we have to unpack all of these things and see how it works. By the way, from the venture fund or venture financing, I have a lighter note that in some of the GCC countries, we have adventure funding as well, not just venture funding. There are some hobby farmers who get funding, so we have to address that as well, but that's on the lighter side. Okay, now let's go to the second round of questions, consolidating the discussion.
Yeah, I can add to this point, the farmers, sometimes, the financial inclusion is a must.
Yes.
Because, basically, if a farmer go into the bank, obtaining, some facility lines, he couldn't get it because, he doesn't have, collaterals enough to get the approvals to finance his farms or, the finance new projects as the green fields, even the brown fields, sometimes if it is, the size is small. This is why we need, we have invented, hybrids, as, gentleman mentions, and, to try to elevate, the ability of the farmers to obtain, finance on time. That is the way, we are try to for some time, give him a short financings or sometime revolving loans, just to make him, durate a life, for his crops and get the productions on time.
That is great, Dr. Al-Zabi. In fact, that was my second question. That yes, you know what matters. No. I mean, exactly. You have pointed on the most important thing. What matters the most? Is it the size of the investment or the fund, let's say, going into that, or how specifically that is tailored? Because point is that, you know, for the big financing or investors, tailoring may not be a luxury that they can afford because they go with, let's say, in tens of millions or hundreds of millions, and for them, you know, they need some other implementation agencies. But then on the other side, there may not be many off-takers of these big investments. So there's always a balance. In your experience, what works better, and in particular, not for the countries like Emirates or GCC, because they're very advanced markets in general in terms of financial instruments as well, but globally speaking, what would you think would be an ideal combination between the large investments, such as the sovereign funds and BIGs, or the tailored investments at the micro levels? Because the point is that, and I think Dr. Samir, in your discussion, and probably you will cover that as well, there is financing available with the banks, but there are no borrowers for that, correct? Or let's say in most of the cases in terms of loans, because there is a credit rationing for the agriculture in many countries, but they cannot be implemented. So now we are getting to the practical side. So starting with Dr. Al-Zabi, what do you think would be a better, let's say, if you have to transform the agri-food system of 10 countries, what would you advise? Go big or go specific and tailored?
As I said, you know, referring to my points, financing agriculture, it's very specialized, you know, projects. It needs, you know, even the finance house to understand, you know, the nature of this business, you know. It will not reap, you know, recently, and there is a challenge, you know. So I think the mixture of, you know, sovereign funds and, you know, local financier existing on the grounds, that's work fine with, you know, financing agriculture. But at the, you know, the structure of financing nowadays, we have international funds working in, for example, in Middle East, as we are working in these markets. We've been discussed with these, you know, funds. You know, the one of, you know, all these funds lacking of is the technical assistance. They don't have technical assistance arms. This is why in AAAID we have created technical assistance. So, and we invited the funds to, you know, cooperate with us because we have, you know, 50 years experience on the grounds, and we have, you know, talents, a good experience, you know, professionals, doctors and engineers in agriculture. They can provide the technical assistance. Okay, if you are here is the point. If you are a charity based and you are heading developments and throw the cash on the grounds and, you know, get rid of it and, you know, put it on the statistics, that is something else. This is another story. But if you are really mean to develop, you know, the society and get rich to the people there, you know, elevate the poverty, for example, increase the incomes, you know, you have a positive effect on the welfare of the society, then the story is you need to be on the grounds as well. It's not enough to financing and wait for the return of your capitals and interest. You need to be there, support and, you know, provide ultimate support to the farmers. This is my recommendations. But of course, as I have mentioned, you know, the tools is, you know, we have a variety of tools, you know. We have, you know, the private equity funds, we have, you know, venture capitals funds, we have sovereign funds, public, you know, funds as well. We have also sort of, you know, schemes. Recently, we are thinking to launch, you know, crowdfundings as well, platforms to target, you know, that's a small project. It depends. It's vary, between. It depends on the size of projects and what is your headings, as strategic to finance, these a country or individuals or institutional investors. It vary, what the tactical and what the tools you will going to use. What I'm going to say is, as the underlying, points here is. Agriculture is very specified, very professional financings, need carefully and need teams on the grounds. That is the advice we have learned from our experience.
Thank you so much, Dr. Alzabi. I think you have alluded to two very important points. One, that it is not just the financing or funding, but it is the technical assistance that is essential in order to really, make that financing or funding important. But second is even more important point that you have raised, that agriculture is a serious business. Unfortunately, most of us do not take it seriously and do not take it as a business.
Yeah.
So let us take seriously as a business.
Exactly.
And only then we can, progress, because as you said, it is not a charity, no, not at all. And the farmers do not need that. They are a production unit. They are actually the first productivity in the world started with agriculture. So they are a productive system in itself. May not be as productive as the factories, but they have the capacity if we approach that from a correct perspective. Okay, now since we are on this enabling type of things and the operationalization, let's go back to Soren once again, and if you can share with us, because you are, let's say, representing the Danish agriculture and the European industry as well. What do you think could be the pathways where our region can benefit from the European technologies and European investments as well in order to transform our agri-food systems? I mean, what is on offer for us in the region?
It's an interesting question, one that I, of course, will be happy to answer. I think that you basically need three points. First of all, we need to have enabling framework, which means, of course, when government works together, we need to have a framework. We need to have co-investment platform. I think a lot of, especially Danish companies and Danish investments, equity funds, so forth, would feel more comfortable co-financing along with local partners. And then also have a long-term engagement window. I think whenever you do things, you always need to look long-term. I know equity funds normally run 5 to 10 years, but when you are in the finance and the technology business, you don't do things. In agriculture, you have 1 or 2 harvests a year. You have to think long-term, and you also need to look at the soil and so forth. So I'm also happy that just in March, we signed an MOU between Denmark and the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment, working on sustainable agriculture, on food safety and food security. Of course, half of my hat is about food safety from Danish Veterinary and Food Agency, but also on the more commercial side, looking how do I bring innovation and technologies to here, and how do we adapt those technologies to an UAE in order for us to work closer together. So I think it's all about enabling these platforms. So when you have a corporation, if you have openness from local financial institutions, sovereign wealth fund, investors, venture capitals, private family office, and others to partner together to give that safety, and then to develop a more long-term planning. So I think that would be the way forward, because it would be difficult just to go from Denmark to here and then set up without the local knowledge, especially in something that is as difficult as agriculture,
Very true.
which also is depending on the farms that are here. Soil might be different than other things.
Exactly.
Exactly, and in order to, let's say, complete this ecosystem of the enabling platforms, the agripreneurs or agriculture entrepreneurs and small farmers are equally important, or probably the most important part over here. So we'll request Dr. Samer to share your reflections on how can these startups, let's say agri-tech startups, for example, or the agriculture entrepreneurs or agripreneurs, better position themselves or prepare themselves in order to access to these, so-called investments through the sovereign wealth funds or the venture capitals, because they have very specific requirements. How can you be more attractive to them? Over to you.
Thank you, Doctor. By the way, tomorrow I have session in investment office, and we will talk about the financing. So I am inviting you to attend. We will talk this in deeply. And Dr. Ahmed is one of the most important panelists. So just to say
Speaking
that
in Arabic.
you will come. Okay. Startups, this is the big question. SMEs in general and startups specifically need to speak the language of both worlds. The language of venture capital, which means innovation and speed, and the word of sovereign investment, the impact. As we said in the beginning, high risk, high return. So I don't think that there is an investment from venture capital come to invest without he be convinced that this investment will be will have a good innovation and in very quick. And we have many examples in UAE market. And we will not dominate some companies, but many of big companies, they have angel investment. They take over the success investment and they start. So if you want to go back, how we can advise the startup? The agricultural sector in general is the credit for the agricultural sector is less than 1% for the agricultural sector on UAE level. So what is the issue? Issue is with the startup or companies or the financing institution. So we will talk this tomorrow. But to answer your question, the venture capital, they should demonstrate scalability, clear technology, differentiation. So it's very important to go with tools of innovation and a viable business model. This is very, very important. Sovereign investment, if we want to attract them, they must show alignment with national priorities such as food security, sustainable and local value chain development. They have to feel that there is impact for this business. We have complementary between sovereignty and venture capital. So they have to complete each other. In practical terms, entrepreneur should have at least the minimum requirement. The first one, we can cite here, build strong data and impact matrix. Then seek strategic partnership with research center or government program that validate their technology. Then focus on long-term collaboration, not just fundraising. We are looking only for the fundraising, but we are not looking for what we have to do to get this fundraising. And finally, startup that combine descriptive ideas with institutional discipline are best positioned to attract both agile venture capital and patient sovereign capital. Then we can talk about the brief, what we can. This is what I think. So we have to work good as a startup.
Thank you so much, Dr. Samer. I think we are also approaching towards end of the session because it's a quick one. If you have any question from the audience or comment, we can take one. But I have one surprise. Since you are all experts and His Highness is following this session and he got very happy with your opinions. And His Highness has announced that I will give you 500 million dirhams but give me in one line, where would you invest? Which type of, venture capital in the agri-tech or others you would pick? I mean, of course, this is a hypothetical scenario. Of course, I wish His Highness is, listening to us.
Very tough question.
Tough question. No, I mean, seriously, let's say if we get us from a sovereign fund $500 million, and you are given charge of that one, that invest that, in your view, what would be the best so-called sector within the agriculture or intervention that you would do with that 500 million dirhams?
Myself, biotechnology.
Biotechnology.
Yeah.
Okay. So biotechnology is probably important for Dr. Zabi.
Yeah.
So then for you, which sector would that be?
I also think that biosolutions, biotechnology is one, but I think also aquaculture in this area.
It's part of the biotechnology.
Yeah. But I think that because we need to look into food security, getting proteins closer to the people.
Yeah.
And there is now technologies where you can reduce the energy consumption and reduce the amount of water used available. So I would say maybe looking into biosolutions and biotechnology, but also primary production of, say, aquaculture, fish, shrimps, other things that people eat.
That's added value, really, yes.
Thank you, Dr. Samar.
I will not go far from what they said, biotechnology, but the most important, I think that we have to be aware about the importance of the agriculture sector. We have to be aware about what means food security and agri-tech, the importance of agri-tech. If we are aware from this, I think that everything coming, it will be more easy. Before that, I think that it will be hard to decide, but by buying technology without awareness, I think that we will not go anywhere.
Thank you, but okay, fair enough. So let's make a project to His Highness, 300 million dirhams for biotech,
we are ready.
150 for agriculture, 50 for awareness. So let's combine hands. Okay, now we go to audience. Do you have, we have time for just one question or comment, if anyone wishes to. So the gentleman, sir, please go ahead. I don't know, do we have any microphones, colleagues? Yes, or maybe, sorry, do we have anything or?
I can't hear.
Okay. I think we can hear you, please. Sorry, the mic is coming.
Shukran, thank you. My name is Amro Zakaria. I'm from Kyoto Network. We work in the green economy space. We've noticed that a lot of NGOs, like the FAO, for example, and others, their standard mode of operation is that they deal directly with governments. However, in some countries, the private sector is much more agile, much more transparent, and much more efficient. What programs are there for the FAO and others from the panelists from Denmark or from the Arab Agriculture Investment? What programs are there to deal directly with the private sector?
That's a specific question to all, yes.
You wanted to answer, or shall I?
Why don't you start out, then I can supplement.
Okay, yeah? I'll do that. Basically, we are streaming with our new strategy to have more collaborations and stick with the private sectors. Actually, the old models is to purely go directly to the markets and finance the green fields. Brown fields there is by the ground fields. Green fields is it reflects or consider more stakes than others. But we have noticed with the challenge we have discussed it today. Green fields, mostly it's fields, 80% as general statistic, at the end it fails, So collaborates with the private sector, for example, the labs, big farmers with, long historical good records, company with fantastic productions, in agriculture, that is, almost successful story, in a way of providing financing, If you want to, to give you an examples, we have too many examples from Morocco to Oman, throughout, the Gulf states, very successful companies, and we have also increased the capitals. We provide loans. We have established new companies, SPVs, to provide co-finance as well, with all the structure of financings available. So this is the way we are heading right now. Is the private sector? I think is the successful choice in a way of if you are targeting a very successful projects, and at the ends, as we have the gentleman's mentions, the added value will be on the society, even to achieve a part of the food security agenda of the governments, or the food security of the society, providing more employees, more employments, elevate the poverty rates, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zabi. And now, including your closing points, because we have got a signal. So Soren, Dr. Samer.
I think he want to add.
Exactly, for sure, please, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I think it's always good to have a thoughtful and structured way forward, especially dealing with NGOs, startups, and others, that you need to create a nurturing environment where you allow them to grow, and also for some of the adventurists, also allow somebody to die. There's a lot of things that might be a good idea when you start out, but then once you try to scale it, you find out this will never be bankable, you will not be able to run it. Exactly. But create an environment where you nurture these and help them on the way. I think that's very important. And put the system, I think that's a big part of the job of any government, to take care, to make sure that you have innovation coming up and you nurture those.
Thank you. Dr. Samer, final words,
I can conclude in that both venture capital and sovereign funds play vital role, but vital and different role, and together they complete the investment ecosystem. Venture capital drives innovation and speed. It supports new technology like agri-tech, precision farming, and alternative proteins, which you mentioned in the beginning. These investors take higher risk to a condition to bring a new solution quickly to the market. The optimal case, if I say that, what is the optimal case between venture capital and the sovereign fund? The optimal case happens when sovereign funds support at the scale the most successful ideas coming from venture-backed startup. This way, short-term innovation becomes long-term impact, ensuring national resilience and global competitiveness. That's what I think.
Thank you so much. Since we have to close this now, I think it was an excellent panel, and we learned a lot. I would say the title, as it says, power plays, the sovereign funds versus venture capital. At the end of the day, it all needs a sovereign decision ventured by the private sector, and then everything would, I think, automatically get into that one. So we need a collective decision. I would close it on this thing, that agriculture and food system is a serious business. Let us take it seriously as a business. Thank you so much. Please give a big round of applause to our expert panelists.
Thank you.
We would like to request the speakers for a group photo, please. A group photo, please. Another round of applause for the speakers, please. الله يعافيكم ما قصرتوا يعطيكم العافية. Up next, we are looking into strengthening livestock health and food security through international collaboration. Please help me in welcoming Asma Mohammed Shah, head of the WUHA Collaborating Center for Quality Management at ADAFSA, Dr. Marcus Tibu from the FAO Sub-Regional Office, Mr. Bernard Fay, Emeritus Scientist at CIRAD and International Camel Expert, Dr. Sophie von Dobschutz from the WUHA Global COVID-19 Program. Moderating this session is Dr. Tariq Taha. Over to you, Dr. Tariq. Enjoy.
I'm fine here. Thanks for giving this opportunity to speak about a very important issue, the collaboration between the international organization and labs to strengthen animal health system and food security. As such, we are with a heartfelt gratitude, thanks also the organizers, and I'm honored to line up here with the excellent lineup of experts who will share their vision and perspectives and also their expertise. Indeed, FAO and WUHA reference labs and collaborating centers are internationally recognized institutions that used to provide capacity building, provide also, research work, and also build capacity for the professional staffs, and also share governments and other organizations their development plans. They play a vital role in translating science to science policies into the real life. And also, for me, from WUHA has more than 300 collaborating centers and reference lab who are work in different specialty reference lab working for specific diseases, and collaborating centers providing technical advices and technical support for countries in horizontal issues like animal welfare, like epidemiology, risk analysis, and so forth. I'm pleased to have with me today Mr. Asma Abdi Shah. She is the head of the WUHA Collaborating Center for Quality Management, and also head of the WUHA Collaborating Center for the Camel Diseases, and also she is the head of the reference lab for the COVINET in the UAE. And also my colleague Marcus Tibu, is the senior livestock expert and officer in the FAO sub-regional office in the for the GCC and Yemen, and also our expert Bernard Faya, the emeritus scientist from CIRAD, and now is the International Cooperation Center in the agronomic research in France, an international camel expert, a well-known and renowned camel expert, and also our colleague, Dr. Sophia von Dobschutz. She's a team leader of global COVID-19 and other coronavirus program. We are starting with our colleague, Dr. Asma, about their experience. They have an inspiring experience in collaboration with the other governments, like Ethiopian government, in strengthening their programs of camel diseases. And it was really an inspiring and productive experience that deserves to shed light upon it. Sir Asma, the floor is yours to start with your experience with the Ethiopian countries. Because it is a very shining example for the cooperation between collaborating centers and also from the other authorities in developing countries. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. International collaboration between collaborating center and reference laboratories is very crucial and important to improve the livestock health on the global scale. And one of the main role and objective of any collaborating center or reference laboratory is recognized by any international organization like World Organization of Animal Health or WHO or FAO is to strengthen the collaboration and connection with different laboratories which can support exchanging knowledge, information, and enhancing the global animal health. As a key example, I would like to highlight our participation in a joint investigation with our partners in Ethiopia. As a collaborating center on camel disease and quality management, we received official letter from the Ministry of Agriculture in Ethiopia to support them in the investigation of unknown camel death. And as a collaborating center of camel disease, we formed a team, and our technical team, they supported in the field, parallel with or in collaboration with the Ethiopian Institute. And the successful collaboration between both parties helped us to identify one of the main causes of the unknown camel diseases there, which came out with the detection of Whistles-Brown, which identified for the first time in our laboratories. Field investigation conducted successfully, samples transferred between both laboratories in the different region, and a scientific publication published. According to this journey, it's a journey of successful collaboration between different laboratories or collaborating centers from different regions, which allow us as a collaborating center for camel disease to understand more the epidemiology of different camel diseases, not only in our region, in other regions. And this is basically one of the objectives of our center, or of the international centers and the reference laboratories, to enhance the connection with the different laboratories, exchanging knowledge, information, strategies, protocols, which will enhance and reflect on the national level and international level as well.
Thanks, Asma, for focusing light on this very successful experience. And really, it is maybe a good example to be invest in the future in other countries, in other fragile countries. Now I move to my colleague, Dr. Marcos. Dr. Marcos, FAO has a long history of establishing collaborating center and reference scientific reference centers to provide also expertise and support, technical support for countries, particularly the fragile and less developed countries, and also it leads how can the collaboration between the South-South and the Triangle cooperation affect and push forward this important collaboration at the regional and at the global level, and also at the country levels. How can we benefit from this concept?
Okay, thank you very much. FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, plays a central role for collaboration and partnerships for improving animal health and food security, as well as One Health. And FAO plays a critical role as it designates reference centers. Actually, it is the Director General of FAO who will designate a center based on established criteria. And And by doing so, we facilitate this network of reference centers to support countries through technical assistance and also knowledge exchange, and also through South-South cooperation. For example, the South-South cooperation that we use to support countries is to support countries that are well advanced, to use the countries that are well advanced with the reference centers that we have already designated, and with a country that requires that type of support, and also that country also collaborating with another country to pass on to that knowledge to another. For example, let me give you one example. One example that I can give you is Pakistan. In 2023, FAO, in collaboration with CIRAD, which is a French institution, which is FAO's reference center, supported Pakistan to produce its own quality vaccine for a disease called Peste des petits ruminants, which affects small ruminants, sheep and goats. And this center, based in France, passed on to the seeds and also cell lines that help them to produce vaccine by themselves. And this arrangement actually helped Pakistan to produce quality vaccines that is actually helping to eradicate PPR by 2028. And accordingly, Pakistan also passed on to this knowledge to Sudan, and they have collaborated well. And in fact, we are now planning to vaccinate more than 9 million animals in Sudan from the South-South cooperation or triangular cooperation that we have supported with. And this is just to give you one example. And therefore, our help support countries to translate science into policy, and also this policy also into action by this practice already changing, the food security and also saving lives and livelihoods. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcos, for highlighting this issue. It's important this collaboration could support developing countries, and particularly the countries which is in a very huge need to these efforts. And now the floor is for our Camel expert, Dr. Bernard Faye. He's a well-known and renowned scientist in Camel, and he has a lot of published works and a lot of contribution throughout his works with CIRAD and also with other governments in the region. Dr. Bernard, how this international collaboration between these centers, how did it improve our understanding to the camel diseases in the epidemiology, in the pathogenesis, and in designing a very strong strategies to confront these diseases? Camel population, many countries suffer from trypanosoma and from brucellosis, and later, although Mills coffee is not a clinical disease in camel, but it affects human, and this which paves the way for the One Health cooperation between animal health and public health authorities. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I just want to introduce, because it's important for international collaboration, what is CIRAD?
Yes.
Because maybe some people, they don't know what is CIRAD. CIRAD is a French research institute. It's not international institute, it's a French institute. But in the title, in French, translated in English, it is a Center of International Cooperation for Agronomic Research in Development. So it means in the title of this institute, you have already international cooperation. Historically, it is an institute which is gather all the technical institute during the colonial time of French government. And after the independence of most of the country in Africa, these technical institute were all gathered in one institute, we call it CIRAD. And all the scientists working, it is 800 scientists and 800 people working in this institute. It's not a small institute, it's a big institute. And all the scientists inside never work alone and never work in France. You know, I'm camel expert, and I spent 5 years in Saudi Arabia, and so people, they ask me, how is possible a French guy is a camel expert? It's because I spent my life out of France. I spent my life in Ethiopia, in Niger, in Saudi Arabia, where I study in partnership on the camel. So, I mean, the international collaboration is in our gene, right? In our ADN as a scientist. We never work together. And myself, I have for a long time collaboration with the University of Emirates here in Abu Dhabi and Al Ain. So we are accustomed to have a collaboration. And within this institute, we have one topic, which is animal health in tropical countries. And we developed for a long time collaboration. We have two laboratories of reference laboratory, one for the Rift Valley fever and one for PPR. And we have a strong experience on trypanosoma to speak about camel. And actually, we have also international project on the sudden death in camel in the Horn of Africa. You know, since now 20, 30 years, we have some outbreak, especially in the Somalia, Ethiopia, Sudan, and Kenya, sudden death of the camel. And we don't know, and we have a big project to make the diagnosis of this sudden death. Why? Because it is important in terms of prevalence and why there is a lot of deaths of this camel in this area. And that is an international collaboration project. And it is important for, I think, for Camenet, because you know the exchange between the Horn of Africa and the Arabian Peninsula regarding the camel export. And for trans-frontier disease, it is an important element to know what is the diagnosis of this disease to avoid any importation in Arabian Peninsula. So I think the collaboration, it is must be important if it is within a project, with a different partner, and we're accustomed at CIRAD to work in partnership with many, many countries.
Thanks, Bernard. Really, it is very significant insight. Sorry. Thanks for your significant insights. Now I move to our colleague, Sophie. Sophie, we would like to be told about the expansion of the influenza AI SRS, and to include the MERS-CoV and SARS-CoV-2. What is the horizon for the development of the work under this new umbrella? And what do you expect that this collaboration and inclusion of this animal disease would bring at the One Health level for collaboration and information exchange between laboratories, and also so as to cover the knowledge and research gaps that still creating problem about the transmission mechanism of the MERS-CoV and the role of other species than camel in transmission, and also the molecular characterization of different chelates. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So it's my pleasure to be here, and I'm working for WHO's Epidemic and Pandemic Management Department. This is where our work on respiratory pathogens is located, and Indeed, I'm taking you into the One Health space, recognizing that the health of animals, the environment, and humans is deeply connected, and we have to work together in order to make progress in fighting not only animal but also human diseases. And there are indeed two examples I would like to share with you. So one is on WHO's Global Influenza Surveillance and Response System, GISRIS, which actually exists for over 50 years. And as the name says, so it started with the urge to develop a system for early detection of influenza viruses in human populations. And so it connects the influenza centers or national influenza centers in the different countries together, and they share the results that they generate. And they also share these results publicly so that the vaccine-producing companies can take the information of circulating viruses and produce the right vaccines that protect the populations against circulating viruses. And so this has actually over the years established into a self-funded mechanism in that sense that the GISRIS laboratories generate and provide the information that the vaccine companies need, and in turn they will provide money for capacity building projects on epidemic and pandemic preparedness, which in turn strengthens the GISRIS systems because it goes back to the countries that produce these results. And I thought to share this as a very important public-private partnership mechanism that actually has been successful for all these years and continues to be successful. So where does animal health come in? Indeed, this is only one side of the medal. Then we have our colleagues from FAO and WOA who in, I think, 2005 or something, created the OFLU, the OIE, and because WOA was called OIE at the time, the OIE and FAO network of expertise for animal influenzas. And recognizing that animal influenzas can spill over and infect humans, as we've seen, we still see sporadically, and we've seen with the latest H5N1 virus that was circulating or is still circulating in Northern America. And we had other cases from poultry in Asia. And so FAO and OIE bring together their network of reference laboratories to generate information on circulating animal viruses. And that, of course, is important to include in the discussions on what to put into vaccines for humans, because if we have a situation where an animal virus is widely circulating and can infect humans, then of course there need to be considerations if or not to include this in the human vaccine package. So there's a very, very close collaboration between the three organizations and their respective networks. And the other example I wanted to give indeed starts with MERS coronavirus. So as you know, the virus emerged in 2012. And since then, again, WHO together with FAO and WOA has worked on finding solutions to combat the virus, how to treat it in humans, how to prevent spillovers from animals. And so a huge network of laboratories and other research institutions was created back then. And when the COVID-19 pandemic happened upon us, these were the experts, this was the network that was quickly brought together in order to discuss this new coronavirus that just emerged, and we knew so little about it at the beginning. And these experts were the ones creating very, very rapidly diagnostic protocols that were then used by Germany, by Charité in Germany, to generate diagnostics to actually detect the virus. And these were shared rapidly with the help of WHO in all the world, and were available as early as end January, early February in 2020, so when the virus just had emerged in China. And so this network actually helped to hit the ground running when we were facing a pandemic. And because the network was so important, WHO then decided to institutionalize it to what we now call COVINET, and bring these networks together, and we have since expanded. We now have 48 laboratories and institutions actually coming together under the network. ADAFSA is one of them. And 4 of these 48 deal with animal diseases and animal viruses, and other 2 with environmental or wastewater surveillance. And so this is a rich, very rich network of expertise that we can draw upon whenever we want to have information early and accurate and timely that can be shared with the international community for risk assessments and to develop the right diagnostics that actually, for example, still are able to detect the currently circulating SARS-CoV-2 strains and also therapeutics and vaccines.
Thanks a lot, Sophie. It's a very fruitful and very completed report about the achievements. And tell us about your expectation in the next 5 years. What do you expect according to the emerging challenges in this regarding coronaviruses, which is already diagnosed, or the novel viruses in heightening the preparedness against the coming pandemic or endemics?
Thank you. Yeah, indeed. So, I mean, the challenge coming from influenza and coronaviruses will unfortunately never go away. As you know, they are widely circulating in human but also animal populations, and so we are always faced with the threat of a new virus emerging to which the human population doesn't have any immune response ready, so that it could cause an epidemic or a pandemic. Here these networks, they play important roles because, first of all, by bringing together the laboratories and research institutions that actually do the surveillance in country on the ground, there are eyes and ears on the ground in order to pick up any novel emerging either strain or maybe completely new virus that we need to consider and be prepared for. So it's the early detection and the early warning that these networks help to keep up. But then again, by producing genetic information, for example, of these circulating viruses, and maybe this is a call out to anyone working in research. So actually since 2022, the amount of genetic sequences that have been shared for SARS-CoV-2 or MERS have drastically reduced. And so we actually face difficulties in conducting appropriate risk assessment. So it's really, really important to share these findings so that the global organizations have a good understanding of what is circulating in the world in order to be better prepared and to safeguard our community health. And then again, for producing vaccines, this is an important information that's been generated by these laboratories. And by leveraging, so when putting together all these laboratories and research institutions into one big network, we of course have laboratories that are well equipped and well funded and sort of in the higher income countries, and then we might have laboratories which have challenges to get appropriate funding, and they have challenges and they are actually reliant on capacity building infusions. And so by bringing all these different labs together, we can create exchanges where the capacity building is actually done within the network by the higher income labs supporting the lower income labs, and this is also something that works very, very nicely and has been shown in COVINET as well.
Thanks, Sophie. We are moving back to Asma. Asma, we are speaking. Moving back to Asma, we are speaking about the future. You know, what is the critical success factors that you would like to be at your control in the projects to come to support this, to enhance this collaboration between your collaborating center and other countries? How do you look at the future for your?
Yes.
In addition to of course, the political will and political support, and you have.
Enhancing the connection between, or strengthen the connection between laboratories will definitely impact the global animal health, as I said in the beginning. But again, another example I would like to highlight is CAMINET. It's a well-established platform in the region dedicated for the camel diseases. It's Camel Middle East Network with a membership of 9 countries, Gulf countries, plus Jordan, Yemen, and Iraq. And the main objective of the network is to facilitate the collaboration between the member countries and the international organization, enhancing the camel health and improving the diagnostic techniques of the detection of the camel health, and improving also the quality of the testing approaches, increasing the research and the scientific collaboration between the member countries. And it is set as a model today, the CAMENET. More than 500 trainees, we deliver the training because we do believe that building capacity building by focusing on the human resources is very important for us. So training in different fields delivered through the platform. We developed and the first diagnostic kit, parasitology kit. It's an educational kit from the field actual cases, which can be used by universities as a reference kit or any laboratories. Tomorrow we have the steering committee meeting for the CAMENET steering committee and the technical committee to discuss the movement of the camel between the countries, which is a very important issue for the region. So CAMENET is also a good example of the platform.
Thanks, Asma. It is really very optimistic and very inspiring way of thinking, and we look forward for the future achievement. And now our colleague Marcus, we need to elaborate about the FAO experience of lesson learned from PPR eradication and antimicrobial resistance surveillance. How could lesson learned from this pride of this outstanding experiences to inform the international collaboration and to improve it or to enhance it?
Yeah, as I already mentioned, South-South cooperation is a triangular cooperation that actually have a powerful tool that can support countries. And the example that I have presented is one example of the many. By the way, FAO has over 70 reference centers, and collaboration through the whether it is through the twinning program, through the peer-to-peer learning process, and also like regional networks of laboratories that can actually strengthen the capacity in terms of diagnostics, in terms of laboratory surveillance capacity. This type of South-South cooperation and also regional cooperation can enhance the capacity of countries and reference centers and also collaborating centers. By the way, we collaborate very closely with World Organization for Animal Health because sometimes we have even one reference center and collaborating center for both of the institution. And by creating this type of arrangements to support member countries, the countries benefit a lot from the twinning programs that we support. Therefore, I think by doing so, we can ensure that our animals are healthy and the food systems that we rely on are also safe, and that we protect our animals and also we protect our health as well. And therefore, it's a very strong system that is already established and which we have to benefit also for this region. And if I had the chance, I would have presented where these reference centers and collaborating centers are located. And we don't have really much in our region, in the Middle East region. Therefore, we really want to have more of the centers and the collaborating centers in the region. And we really encourage laboratories to apply. There is a procedure online that you can refer to. In FAO, we have a clear guidelines on how to apply to get those kind of recognition and designation. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcos. And before opening the floor for the audience, I will, last but not least, I will ask our expert, Camel expert, Faye, about the position of camel farming in the agenda of the collaboration between collaboration of the collaborating centers themselves, how to advance this, and what is the opportunity for the cabinet to push this forward in order to exploit the productive potential in camels as a support for food security. How do you see the opportunity in that?
Okay, I think one element which is very important that we have to the mind that the camel is a very mobile animal. And especially there is a very important movement of live animal between Horn of Africa and Arabian Peninsula, but also from Western Africa to the North Africa. And now from the West Africa to the coastal countries. And we can see now exportation to Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana, Nigeria, for example. So there is important movement. And if there is movement, there is also movement of the disease and the risk of disease. So I think it is important for the collaboration to develop collaboration out of the MENA and to have collaboration with African countries, especially in the Horn of Africa, Kenya, Ethiopia, Sudan, when the peace will come back, Egypt also. And, you know, also in West Africa, the most important country for camel population in the world is Chad. 25% of the camel population in the world is from Chad. If you had all the Sahelian countries, you have more than 40% of the camel population. And if you had the Horn of Africa, you have almost 80% of the camel population in the world. So the collaboration must be developed with all the laboratories in this area. They are not necessarily specialized in camel disease, but they have some expertise in animal disease. So I think we have to develop contact and collaboration with this center. For me, it's fundamental for the security in Arabian Peninsula.
Thanks a lot, Bernard. And the floor is open for our audience if somebody have burning questions for our experts. And okay, welcome, Dr. Mohammed. The mic?
The mic.
Please, mic.
Where's the mic for?
One question is.
We'll speak.
You can speak, Ahmed.
To come.
To come here.
They brought it for mic?
Oh, here.
Oh, okay. Okay. My mic was very close.
Hello, this is Mohammed from Waha Collaborative Center on Camel Disease. I actually have 3 questions to all of the panelists, but I'll try to make a shortcut. So the first question is the Collaborative Center and Reference Center, so to Dr. Bernard and Asma. Usually the international, is it clear?
No, the voice is not clear. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Closer, yeah.
Yeah, so the first question is to Dr. Bernard and Asma Abdi. So both of you represent the Collaborative Center and Reference Center. So usually what are the major obstacles you usually face when you establish international collaboration? Usually the international collaboration is not easy to establish. So what are the major obstacles you face? The second question goes to Dr. Marcos and Dr. Sophie. Both of you represent like an international organization. If you had to rate the international collaboration that currently exists around the world,
Okay.
does it really satisfy the need of international? Is it clear my voice or not?
Yes, it's clear. I think for our experts. You can provide quick answers.
What was the first question?
The question is...
Dr. Bernard, you can answer. I didn't get it. Yeah.
Can you summarize the question, the first question, in one word or 2 words?
Yes.
Yeah.
The first question is for the collaborating center. Establishing an international collaboration is a critical cornerstone to ensure the health of livestock.
Yes.
What are the major obstacles usually faced when you establish international collaboration between the reference centers?
Okay.
Yes, it is now clear about the main challenges.
I think the major challenge in the obstacle or the challenge regarding the collaboration between centers. This is the question. Okay, I think still the collaboration, so many issues. Definitely, collaborating with the centers or reference laboratories in the region will be easier than to collaborate with other regions. But still, we are getting together by, I think, the networking. Like Covinet or other Caminet, it's improving and the connection between laboratories. But to go and search, and definitely the research opportunities between countries and reference laboratories can also improve the connection and collaboration between centers, expertise and exchanging knowledge and expertise between laboratories. All these things facilitate the connection and improving it, but still, again, yes, the challenge is there. I don't know if Dr. Bernard would like to add something?
Would you like to add something, Dr. Bernard, for the challenges that can, obstacles that can impede this international collaboration between centers and in addition to the sometimes the countries face some, resource problems. Sometimes, there is a political instability. In some countries, it varies between countries. Some countries, there is unwilling to collaborate. Anyway, we have run out of time, and thank you, Mohammed, for the question. And I will give the floor for Marcus for last.
Allow me to give you some briefs on the challenges, but the challenges can be converted into opportunities. I think for the center to be to have like this status of reference center, there has to be a precursor collaboration so that the center has delivered already something useful. That should be recognized. It's also part, like the designation is also recognition of the work already done. Therefore, FAO demands, for example, the laboratory has already collaborated with FAO in a significant way, in a substantive way. And also that there is a measure of scientific and technical standing of the laboratory. And the committee will assess the laboratory whether it has demonstrated expertise to do that specific work, because the reference center is not designated simply for general things, to specific diseases. Therefore, in that specific disease, that laboratory should have already demonstrated through either through publications or some visible demonstrated evidence that can be shown. And there are a number of things. I mean, there are like 9 criteria that are listed, which I cannot summarize it now, but there are a number of things, but there has to be precursor collaboration to get recognized. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcus. In half a minute, last word for
very short.
Sophie.
Yeah, thank you. You're bringing up an important point. I think technically, if we have technical experts from different countries collaborating, they always see the higher goal, the science, and they work together very, very nicely because they know they can share expertise and they both gain from it, or everyone gains from it. Obviously, FAO and WHO have an important role to play to provide a neutral forum. And when bringing countries together, they should ideally leave political considerations behind and just work on the scientific question in front of them. And I think one very, very powerful example was the recent adoption of the pandemic agreement at the World Health Assembly in May earlier this year, To be honest, many thought it's not going to happen, we won't have enough countries really signing up for it. In the end, it happened, and that just shows that we're still working together. Thank you.
Thanks, Sophie. At last, I would like to thank our experts for their insightful contributions and also for the thought-provoking ideas they presented. And also thanks the audience and Dr. Muhammad for their positive interaction. With this, we end our session, and thanks you all.
Thank you.
A special thank you to our panelists, and we would like to request you all for a group photo, please. We will now be taking a short break up to 3:10. We'll see you back here. For the time being, you can enjoy your lunch on your right, on my left, over there. Have a wonderful lunch and see you back later.
Keep it.
الاطفال اللي ورا مسوين ازعاج.
ايه شو بدك اعمل معهم؟
والله لو يبطلون صوت
خلص هلا بيطلعوا وبيرجعوا.
خلاص.
ولا هلا غدا.
بس مسوين جو صراحه.
لانه ما هو فوتونا اي ثينك قصه كرمال لانه ما كان في عالم، ما كان في ناس. دندن
خلاص؟
لا مش الحل.
بقت ورقة واحدة.
ورقة واحدة.
هذه خلاص.
بقيت ورقة واحدة.
مو بقيت. بقيت. Welcome back, everyone. Our next session explores how AI is used to predict supply and demand shocks. Please welcome Joseph Schmidt-Huber, Chief Sustainability Officer at Pure Harvest, Regina Schmidt, Head of SDG 2 Accelerator at the UN World Food Programme, Fatima Al-Mulla, Development Specialist at the UAE Presidential Court, Hani Shalabi, Regional Director of Supply Chain at Nestlé. And leading this panel is Dr. Sami Karuba. Off to you, Doctor. Enjoy the session.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for all the panelists. So I'd just like to start with a quick brief about our session. So it's from weather pattern and crop yields to trade flows and consumer habits. Predictive modeling is turning raw data into real-time insights for smarter decisions across the food value chain. This session will explore how retailers, farmers, governments, and startups are using algorithms to stay ahead of shocks, be it in drought, geopolitics, or shifting demands. So to start with, I'd like to take just a couple of minutes from each of the panelists just to introduce themselves and their background, please. I'll start with you, Hani, please.
Hani Shalabi, Supply Chain Head for Nestlé Coastal Arabia, which is mainly Kuwait, Qatar, UAE, and Yemen. I've been with Nestlé for 30 years, covering many areas, but for the last, let's say, 15 years, I'm working in supply chain.
Thank you. Ms. Fatima?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Fatima Al-Mulla. I work with the UAE Presidential Court and previously with the Ministry of Climate Change and before that with the Food Security Office. I work on managing a philanthropy fund between the UAE and the Gates Foundation on agriculture innovation.
Thank you. Ms. Regina?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Regina Schmidt, and I'm working for the Innovation Accelerator of the World Food Programme. The World Food Programme is the largest humanitarian organization to reach zero hunger, and at the Innovation Accelerator, we systematically try to identify, to support, and to scale innovations and AI. Very nice to be here.
Thank you so much. Mr. Joseph?
Yeah, Joseph Schmidt, born, raised, educated in Germany, PhD in economics. Spent most of my career with international organizations, with the OECD, with FAO, WTO, led FAO Global Perspective Stats and also Markets and Trade, took early retirement, joined Pure Harvest here, and now we are growing essentially fruits and veggies in the desert. That is coming with a lot of challenges, and some of the challenges can be addressed with AI, and we are trying to do that to the extent we can. Happy to be here.
Thank you so much, Joseph. So we'll start with you. Pure Harvest is known for being data-driven. How exactly do you turn a vast stream of sectors, markets, and supply chain data into business intelligence? Can you give us a glimpse of how you gather information on markets, trade, investments, and prices, and how would you decide on where to build your next farm?
Yeah, thank you. Very interesting. So I just had an interesting discussion with somebody in the audience, and I would actually like to address some of the questions that he had, because I think that's actually the most relevant thing I can possibly do. So let me explain how we gather information both on the supply and the demand side, and let me start with the demand side. You, just like I guess you have subscription to electronic publications, to journals, etc., etc. I mean, we in our business, one of the key journals is, of course, journals in quotation marks, is Horti Daily. So Horti Daily is something that comes out every day and brings together a lot of information from the horticultural sector around the world. And we, of course, it's not only Horti Daily, but we have Ag Funders News, we have Ag BI, we have a whole litany of different journals, and just like you, I subscribe to them, but I probably never have the time to actually dig through it and read through it and actually get the information I should be getting. From time to time, I read through one and actually think, oh, it's so interesting. If I only had the time to have a systematic overview of what's in there. Now, that's not possible, but it's actually possible with AI or with a part of AI, and the technology is called RAG as an acronym, so it's Retrieval Augmented Generation. Perhaps I actually explain how that's being done, and I hope you don't mind some of the technical details, but it could be interesting for some of the people in the audience, as I just noticed in my conversation. So if you have, say, a Gmail account, the first thing you would need to create is a Google service that allows you to access your own Gmail account. And then you would do that, and you would essentially write a scraper. Ideally, I would do it in Python, which I've done. So write a scraper in Python that scrapes all your Horti Daily, Vertical Farm Daily, Ag BI, etc., journals, sucks it all in, opens all the links that are in there, sometimes 100 links per edition, and puts it into a document database in the first step. So normally I use MongoDB for that. It's the handiest thing you can have there. But that's just the first step. And so at least you have an overview of what's in all these journals. And now actually the nice part comes. So with RAG, what you do is in the next step, you move away from that document database to a vector-based database. So to say Chroma. And with a vector-based database, you can start actually making intelligent queries to it. So it's what you do in essence is you calculate cosine similarity. It sounds crazy, but it's super easy. It's one of the easiest similarity measures, much easier than TVD, etc. But it has the big advantage that you actually can compare two vectors with one another. So the vector of your prompt and the vector that is in your database then. And the closer you are, the smaller the angle between the two vectors, the more likely it is that you hit the right thing. Now, it has the added advantage that vectors can also be perpendicular to one another or go in the opposite direction, and then you know this has nothing to do with each other, or it's actually the opposite. So when you do that, you essentially start becoming able not only to look into one individual version of, say, Horti Daily, but you can go through 3,000 issues of Horti Daily, as I do it, plus all the other journals, and you can ask intelligent questions, such as how much has been invested in control environment agriculture, where, what is the geographic focus, where is the product focus, which companies went out of business, who has invested in a startup, which companies are thriving, etc. You can actually take that further, and you can even try, just like in Google Flu, and it didn't really work out there, to check where, say, a certain virus is particularly prevalent, where brown rugose virus is spreading, which is a big problem here. And with that, you start understanding not only what the control environment agriculture sector is doing, but you can actually inform any due diligence process that you have in your company. And that's how I use it, etc. I'm very happy to entertain any questions to any developer that's here.
We'll open the question at the end.
That is of interest.
Thank you.
Okay.
Back to you, Regina. So how does the World Food Programme utilizes AI-powered predictive analytics for more effectively support farmers?
Yes, I think that's a very good question. Let me give you an example. What we experience as the World Food Programme is that in many countries in the Middle East and North Africa, we have acute food insecurity. And it's driven by climate change, by water scarcity, and also by conflict. We see that farmers, they are faced with floods and heat waves and droughts. But we also see that governments are not able to respond quickly. They don't have the data in order to do that. So what we try to do is we try to bring together public sector, private sector, farmers, and really work systematically on a change. And we try to bring data and AI in order to do it. And let me briefly describe on how we do it. So there's one dimension which is like geospatial crop intelligence, where we really take satellite-derived data which tells us something about the crop growth stages, the health indices, the yield forecast really on the ground in the field. But then there's a second dimension, which is much more around climate and early warning integration, where it aggregates data on the one hand from automated weather stations, from national meteorological services, where we really have an understanding what is happening on the weather and on the climate. And then the third dimension is AI-driven risk analysis, where we take this data and we use machine learning models in order to simulate. So what is now the probabilities of crop successes and failures? And I think that's quite important because this tells us where are high-risk areas, particularly for farmers, where are areas in the field on a global, regional, local level where farmers are really at risk. And the last step is then really about omni-channel farm advisory, where we try to find the right communication channel to farmers, because it's always sometimes a question of connectivity, it's a question of literacy, that we can communicate to the farmers and really change their behavior, that they can save their yields. And it's quite interesting, this very systematic approach that we've started to do it in Egypt together with the government and also private sector companies, also startups. We've set it up, we've seen that the government is much more advanced in defining national policies, but also targeting if something is happening. Also from the World Food Programme, if we know very precisely when a problem is evolving, we can be super specific in targeting and planning. And for the farmer, it is, if they have reliable data, they have the possibility to have higher yields and income. So I think that's a very nice example on how we use it.
Thank you so much, Regina. Appreciate it. Ms. Fatima, from your role as development specialist, at COP28, the UAE led the Global Food and Agriculture Declaration, placing food system at the heart of climate action. How is Abu Dhabi now building on that leadership to develop an AI ecosystem that advances innovation and resilience in agriculture?
Thank you, Dr. Sami. Seems like everything is about AI these days. And it's so important that agriculture is also part of the conversation. So I want to take you back a little bit on where we started and where we're going. The UAE has had a long, successful track record in building its own national food security strategy and also being part of the international conversations on food. And this was done under the leadership of Her Excellency Mariam Al-Miheri. And by doing so, we've learned and we've listened to the international community, and at COP28, we did something that has never been done before, which is we brought food to the forefront of COP28, which was a massive achievement. And through the through the food declaration, the Food and Agriculture Declaration, we managed to bring 162 countries and heads of governments to sign this declaration, meaning that yes, countries do think that food is important. And then we also announced the UAE and the Gates Foundation partnership on international, on agriculture and innovation. And through this partnership, there was a $200 million fund that went into building and continuing to build the UAE's footprint when it came to agriculture as well as in the development space. One of the things that we did also announce during this as part of this partnership is the International Affairs Office and the Gates Foundation are now launching the Institute of Artificial Intelligence for Agriculture, which is something that we haven't seen before, and it's going to be done in Abu Dhabi. The intention is for it to be a global hub that will be housed in the Mohammed bin Zayed University of AI, and its intention is to design and to drive collaboration, research, and innovation at the intersection of AI and agriculture. So imagine that you have an institute that's able to build and curate large, massive agricultural data, and you're able to develop fine-tuned models. You're able to provide compute and infrastructure and model governance and safety benchmarking in order to ensure whatever technologies go out and are built on AI are well researched and well checked on. In addition to this, so you have the Institute for AI and Agriculture. The UAE also joined the CGIAR as a donor member and became the first country in the MENA region to join the CGIAR as a donor member. And part of that partnership is the UAE announced that we will be hosting the CGIAR AI Hub in Abu Dhabi. And within that, we will be rolling out AI products to support smallholder farmers. So the first one we're working on right now, and which will be launched at COP30, is the Ag LLM, which is an agriculture large language model in partnership with the FAO, with the World Bank, with Embrapa, with AI71 as the technology producers. And now you have, what we're trying to do is champion this Institute for AI and Agriculture and Mohammed bin Zayed University, which will house the research. And then you have the CGIAR AI Hub, which will then produce the products for the farmers. So by doing this, we can create this ecosystem and center of gravity for AI in agriculture.
Thank you for the update. Thank you, Ms. Hani, being a long-term veteran at Nestle, so how did a company like Nestle leverage advanced tools like AI and machine learning in logistics and inventory to navigate demand and supply interruption during challenging times like Red Sea, COVID, and many other challenges that we live at?
Okay, so, thank you, Dr. Sami, for the question. I think it's, I'll bring a little bit of the logistics side of the AI. And just to share with you, in Nestle in UAE, we have 4 factories. We produce almost 50% of what we sell in the UAE. 50. So that's 50% of the volume that we sell. The rest we import from different Nestle factories. So in raw and packaging material, we are having more than 100 suppliers that supply the factories in UAE, the same for finished goods. So a very complex, let's say, network. We move almost 40,000 containers a year, 10,000 plus trucks cross-border. So it's a massive operation that needs a lot of people to manage. So if I go back in the 2015, 16, we used to be very reactive in the sense that I need to check where is my cargo. I need to connect to a shipping line web page or website to know where is my vessel. Is it delayed? Is it arriving? I will only know when the incident happened. It's exactly like if you're waiting for someone at Dubai International Airport to arrive, and after 16 hours, you just realize they did not board in the plane. So that was the biggest challenge that we were facing. Then in 2017, 2018, we start exploring the connected device. So the GPS system, how can I track my cargo in the vessel inside the sea? How can I have real-time data about my shipment of KitKat that we produce in UAE and send to Saudi? Is the temperature fine? Is the driver speeding, et cetera, et cetera? So we moved from a reactive to a real-time proactive, not proactive yet, because we were just counting on what I would know real time, and then I take action accordingly. And then we realized that it's not enough. Plus, especially that you need a huge number of people, you need a big team to be able to track all that logistic happening. So that's the time when we start introducing the AI. And I think the question is very interesting because we start exploring and counting more on AI in time of crisis. So time of COVID, time of Red Sea crisis, we realize that we can get more and we can become more proactive, let's say, in our approach. You can get, we start using AI program to monitor the movement of our cargo, to tell us if it is delayed or not. And then we realize it can be predictive as well. So, you know, a simple calculation of the distance between one port to port compared to the vessel speed, it can tell me that this shipment will be delayed. And it even allows us to start using alternative route. So it's really open for us a big world of opportunities that now we are counting on. And in the latest crisis that we face, I remember in COVID, we were called by the food security team to tell us, okay, what do you think about your supply? We were able to give an answer immediately. How can you overcome challenges like closing port in Europe or in China? And that was only enabled with the AI. So if I can just summarize, it enabled us to move from a reactive to a complete proactive mode.
More proactive. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, Hani. Back to you, Joseph. So how is Pure Harvest using AI, predictive analytics to optimize yields, resource allocation, and harvest timing in controlled environment? What unexpected supply chain variables has AI helped you anticipate so far?
Yeah, thanks for the question. There are really two different processes, and I think at least for educational purposes, they should be kept apart, even though they overlap very strongly in reality. One is what an economist would call a positive approach, and the other one a normative approach. A less turgid version of this is as far as yield forecasts are concerned, we are only trying to understand what the real yield will be without trying to optimizing it. And in the other one it's really an optimization process with a loss function, and the loss function can be yield maximization or energy minimization or water minimization or the combination of these things. So let me start briefly with the positive element. Now, a lot of people think and actually tell us that you are in a controlled environment agriculture, you should know exactly how much you harvest in 2 weeks, in 4 weeks, in 6 weeks from now. But it is not as easy. Actually, it is relatively complicated, and even though we would like to be able to do this just off the cuff, it doesn't work off the cuff. You really have to be off the sheet and actually off the computer. So this is why we developed this positive yield outlook, and the details of which I can share, but it wouldn't really matter to you, and I am not able to share some of the details because there is IP on it. But the basic things are available to anyone. The basic models are available to anyone. They reach from long short-term memory, LSTM, to TFTs, to reservoir models, to all sorts of other RNNs. It's all available. You get them off the rack. All you need is to have the data. And that's really the magic source is the data. And you need to, and we did this, invest in clean data, and an inordinate amount of effort was actually going into a database that is clean of all the outliers, of the missing values, etc., 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 which eventually allowed us to come up with a system that is super performant. So don't get hung up with all the benchmarking. You will have to do this anyway, both within your own modeling system, but also with others. The key thing there is really get your database. And I think I would like to combine that with a request that if other companies are able to provide data, we'd be very happy to get into a contractual arrangement, because the more you have, the merrier it is for the final output. Now, the optimization is a different problem, so the normative part, we are still in the midst of it, but that is done through a multi-agent model. It's multi-agent reinforcement learning. MAL, I guess many of you know this already. You may think, why is that stuff coming up, or why is he coming up with this turgid nonsense again? But it is really something that you need, because you in this modeling approach, you need to have a model that allows the grower to interact with the machinery they are using. And so this reinforcement learning part is incredibly important. I can get into the details and answer questions if anybody's interested in, but that's the approach we are taking. And then, as said, I mean, the question is, what is the loss function that you want to minimize? But there is, let me conclude with this, even though this all sounds technical, believe me, the existing technology that is being deployed at the moment is not particularly more complicated than the AC system you have in your apartment. It's absolutely unbelievable how little technology has progressed there. And that's really a sector that is rife for disruption. And I think it will happen.
Thank you so much for your feedback, Joseph. Regina, back to you in the World Food Programme. So in what ways can AI enhance the World Food Programme's ability to forecast demand amid so much uncertainty in this world?
Okay, thanks for the question. The World Food Programme probably operates in the most unpredictable environment. I mean, just imagine, we are delivering food assistance around the world. This can be the earthquake in Afghanistan, it can be in Sri Lanka, the tsunami, and it can be the floods in Mozambique. So for us, it's very important to do a very precise forecasting, because if we don't do it right and we don't buy the food and store the food at the right place, in the right quantity, at the right time, we're not serving the people in need. So imagine we are underestimating the demand. It would mean that there are people we can't serve and we need to do last-minute purchases at high prices. Or we are overestimating the demand. It would mean that there are places we have unused stocks, but in other places of the world we can deliver in the emergencies. So it's very important to do this precise forecasting. We have developed an AI tool which is called Scout. It's around supply chain forecasting and planning. And it's AI-powered in order to turn very complex and scattered data into meaningful, actionable insights for planners. And if I speak about complexity, so we are present in 120 countries and territories. We have more than 10,000 suppliers, local, regional, global. We have more than 50 commodities. We have 1,200 ports. I don't know how many ships and trucks and planes. It's super complex. It's far beyond a human mind. And this is where technology helps us. And we have started, so I'm from the Innovation Accelerator, it's an innovation. We started lean with the startup mentality. We piloted in one region in West Africa. And we were optimizing there, and it was amazing to see how high was the accuracy, let's say, in order to forecast the demand. It was above 90%. But it was not only a figure that the planners have received, but they had an option of scenarios, best case, worst case scenarios. And it was also normally, if something happens like that, it's very important that we act fast. And so far, it has taken us 1 week to react. But now we have reduced it to a couple of hours. And last but not least, we were able in one commodity, in one region, and we have more of those, to save $2 million. So if we scale this now, what we're doing at the moment, on a global scale, there are more than 2 million multiplied in cost savings, which we can give back to other people in need. And this is a nice example on how demand forecasting can be empowered by AI.
Thank you so much for your feedback. Back to you, Fatima. Translating innovation into impact remains one of the biggest challenges in agriculture. Now, the UAE has launched AIM for scale to drastically scale up technology to support smallholders. How does this initiative help move proven technologies from pilots to widespread use among farmers in the global south?
So I want to touch on a small part of the question that you said, translating innovation into impact is very challenging.
Yeah.
And in addition to what we mentioned about the Institute and the CGIAR AI Hub, another thing that we did launch is the Agriculture Innovation Mechanism for Scaling. And it's literally built and established on a very simple but very powerful premise that basically nearly all of the innovations that are needed already exist, but they're just not getting to the people who need it the most, specifically to smallholder farmers. So what AIM for Scale does is identifies where those gaps are and brings together innovations to help bridge the gap. So is it financial, technical, operational resources? We bring all of these people in the room to solve these challenges with the different stakeholders like development banks, governments, whoever needs to be there. And we build innovation packages. These innovation packages are basically blueprints of certain specific innovations that are already scientifically proven that they have a lot of potential to scale. So the first innovation package we launched was AI weather forecasting. And we do this with the Nobel laureate as well, an advisory panel, a technical panel, Nobel laureate Michael Kremer. And with the AI weather forecasting, we launched it at COP29, and we were able to mobilize this innovation package, mobilize $500 billion so that better AI weather forecasting can reach smallholder farmers. And these models can now generate faster, cheaper, more tailored products than information than we have ever been able to do. So farmers are able to make better decisions. So we have now better AI weather forecasting technology. But I'll tell you a story of when I went to India earlier this June. We wanted to go out to the field and actually explore how this information was being reached, because this information is now reaching 38 million farmers. And when we went out to the field, they're receiving text messages on weather, on monsoon forecasts. But even though you have this amazing AI, which is giving you all of the best forecasting, when you speak to the farmers that are on the ground, you have to be able to speak either in their language or understand their terms. So they're being provided these forecasts, which are so powerful and so accurate and AI-driven, but then you'll have a farmer that will tell you, well, no, I know that the monsoon comes at this specific time because of this specific religious holiday. So we can build the best AI tools that are so good, but if we cannot understand farmer culture, religion, traditions, that information will not get communicated to them. And I think this is an important part for us to also understand.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you, Fatima.
Thank you.
So, Hani, back to you. So, apart from logistics, how do you see Nestle using further AI along the supply chain?
I think that's a very interesting question that we ask ourselves every day in Nestle, because like AI, we're just starting now using it. But one area that we're focusing on right now is the demand planning and the forecast. AI is showing us that consumer trends and pattern can be predicted. Young generation like cold coffee. They don't like anymore the hot coffee. Dubai people like kunafa and they like chocolate. So we have the chocolate kunafa. There is a lot of things that the AI right now is enabling us to see that we were not able to see it before. So from a peak in the demand of a product that is trading on a platform of e-commerce to a weather change that will tell us if we'll be selling ice cream or solely selling coffee during the time, it makes a big difference for us. So that's one area where we are focusing right now, because it does not only touch the sales, but it also eliminate a lot of waste. It enable us to be closer to the consumer. And it really unlock our potential as a company. The other areas that I will need to share with you, because it's very close to my heart, is the safety. We have a lot of trucks every day on the road, and we know that accidents happen, and we know that sometimes for long hauls, drivers feel tired and sleep. So now using technology in AI-enabled camera. So we start using a device connected to an AI, and that monitoring the driver face. So whenever they see a fatigue or a feeling that sleepy, there is an alarm. So
that's so crazy.
It is really unlocking a lot of potential for us, and we're exploring on the go, because we believe that super power can be really an enabler for every one of us to do a better job and empower our people.
Thank you, Hani. I think you touched on two very important points. One of them is predicting consumer trends and habits in the future, and the other one is safety. And this is just the start. So just imagine where would the end be. Now, just as a closing remarks, please, from each of the panelists, if you can just elaborate with 1 or 2 minutes as a closing remarks. I'll start with you, Joseph, again.
I did not get you.
Ah, you did not.
Oh, okay, my closing.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry.
Sure. Yeah, start from the problem. I mean, there's so much supply out there, and a lot of the things that you may see is completely irrelevant. But really go back to what the problem is that you want to solve, and then look for the solution. I'm very happy to assist you. I'm also a private consultant, so happy to get in touch. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joseph. Regina?
Yeah, I mean, what is very impressive for me today is AI is today. I think we're here. This is not a future promise. I think we see it, we experience it, we have the first benefits out of that. But I think the power of predictive analytics is not about the algorithm. I think it's around the partnerships. I think it can bring together technologists with policymakers, startup with corporates, farmers, and I think if we really see it from a system perspective, there's an incredible value in transforming the food system if we do it in a ethical, in a fair, in a justice way. And there's a big opportunity.
Thank you so much, Regina. Fatima?
Absolutely. Maybe just to touch on what she said is, I think all of us in the room have a responsibility as global citizens to make sure that whatever we do and however we use AI, we do it in the best way possible. I can feel that it will take over very quickly, especially with the kids in the room who are growing up and don't know a world without AI. So I feel this very strongly, that we have such a responsibility to play as we are now in our careers coming to a point where we're part of the growth of AI.
So you mean using AI with really a more responsible approach?
Yeah, responsible, ethical.
Thank you. Hani?
Just two reflections. The first one, I want really to appreciate the role the UAE is playing. Like forum like that, all the facilities that is providing for companies and for startups to really explore that area of AI. The second part, which I really believe in, is that we are just scratching the surface, because we know what we know, and now we're making the AI doing it for us. But all the other capabilities that we are not doing it right now, we did not explore it yet. So I think in 1-2 years, probably the forum and the discussion will be completely different, and we'll be probably talking about completely different thing than what we're talking about. But really appreciate.
Thank you so much, Hani. I think we have just a couple of minutes. Any of the audiences have any questions? Okay, so with that, I'd like to thank all our panelists, Joseph, Regina, Fatima, and Hani. It was hopefully an interesting, exciting, and thanks all for all your feedback and the valuable information that you provided. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A warm thank you to all our panelists. Last but not least, our next session looks at reinventing food packaging. Please welcome Peter Avram, CEO and Managing Partner of Avani Middle East, and moderating this fireside chat is Meera Krishnadas. Over to you, Meera. Enjoy.
Yeah, no, just be there. With him, yes. Yeah, I can take the seat. Okay, thank you.
There you go.
Good to go?
Hello? Mike?
Good evening. Am I audible? I think yes, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Meera Krishnadas, and I am coming from SGS. I'm a food safety auditor and section head for food label review and pet food regulatory services. Today, we are here to be discussing about sustainability, and we have, the sustainability is the in thing right now. We are trying to save the world, we are trying to save the earth. So we have a lot of things coming out, we have a lot of projects, we have a lot going on about sustainability in different fields. So what we are looking at is actually the food packaging. We know that a lot of plastics or plastic packaging has been used for many years right now. And the plastics, these are materials that can never be fully destroyed. And it's causing a lot of harm to the ecosystem, a lot of accumulation of the microplastics. So we are trying our best to get rid of this and replace them with biodegradable packaging materials. So we have with us to discuss more about this and to throw light on a lot of emerging technologies in this particular field. With us is the CEO and the managing partner of Avani Eco Middle East, Mr. Peter Avram. Welcome you.
Hi, Meera. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me here.
Yeah. So, Avani Eco Middle East, I think you have been the pioneers in the production of biodegradable packaging. Yes.
Yeah, well, we've been fortunate enough to be on the market since 2017, so about 8 years ago this time we formed. My background is hospitality, so I used to be one of the beneficiaries of, or the users of packaging, and then while working there I did the Green Globe certification for a couple of hotels. But back in the days we didn't have too many solutions, and then as technology evolved, it was great to see that all of a sudden new materials came on board, and then after the Paris Agreement was signed, the agenda was driven by the governments, and luckily the local authorities and the private sector joined hands, and then for the last 8 years it's been quite a journey.
It's been amazing, and thank you so much for joining us. So we would like to know more about the usage, because not many people are aware about this transition. So as we have seen currently, it was initially the plastics, then it moved to PLAs, then to the PHAs. So how exactly, what is the emerging trend you think is, which is very much practical and that can be in use?
Well, there is two things. They go, one it becomes something viral, i.e. you see those edible packaging which looks good, and then people say, wow, we could have, it's great to see that you can simply just don't dispose the packaging and use it. But then the economy is, once you try to bring something to scale, then you have to keep certain things in mind. I mean, plastic is a great product, is going to be there to stay, I think, and to make a little accolade there, plastic is here to stay. So if we start to use plastic wisely, as we use, for example, aluminum, we recycle 85%, paper worldwide. Paper, we recycle over 50-60%, depends on the part of the world. But plastic, we're doing well beyond 20%, and depends which part of the world. So plastic was good because it's a byproduct of the oil industry.
Yeah.
However, we learned that over the years, he left microplastics.
Yes.
And then as technology evolved, you mentioned PLA and PHA, and then bagasse is another term. So vegetable-based polymers or biopolymers start arriving. Actually, PLA is not new. It's been 20 years since it's been in use, but very few people came to know about it. And then because of the economies of scale and the sheer volumes and its applications, then we were not using it. But for the last 7-8 years since I went into, I could see an explosion of the use of. It's also a material that can be recycled, but it needs industrial compostable. So on our view, when we look at packaging, when we assess a packaging or a material, we start first to see how harmful or not that material is for the environment, how helps the circular economy, and then also the measuring literally the carbon footprint, the carbon impact, always
Yes,
comparing it with plastic. Yeah.
We are trying to get it reduced as much as possible.
So to
isn't it?
clarify a little on the technology, the terminology, so PLA is a polymer made of a starch, a vegetable starch. Most of the PLA polymers are done from corn, but you can do it out of potato starch, you can do it of other very starchy vegetables. There is different biopolymers that can be made out of sugarcane, wood sawdust, and so on. Most of them are industrial. PBAT is another example, which is a mineral-based polymer. But most of these polymers, they are industrially compostable. So
Compostable. So is it 100% compostable?
it is 100%, I mean, nothing is 100% compostable, but this is proven to be over 99% compostable, that it will decompose in natural environment. The most important thing is that this polymer generates anything between 25 to 35% less carbon CO2 versus the conventional plastic items. And then it does not use fossil fuels, which we all try to use of less, and so we don't finish the resources of the world.
That's right.
Another thing to add here is that to make these polymers, we do plants, then we transform it into polymers, we transform it into something which is usable, and at the life and cycle of that product, it becomes again compost and then nutriments for the future crops.
Okay, so we have been hearing a lot about the seaweeds, okay, the carcass of and then the coffee husk, which is being used. Do you think this is very much in use on how practical it is to be bringing this as a packaging material?
Well, I think the seaweed example is a great example. Not in all the countries a wide available commodity. It is nice to see that the ocean, I mean, over 70% of the earth is covered by water, correct? And then it's so easy to make an analogy that we extract something from the water which grows in abundance, but then to make that scalable, it has been a challenge. It's been there, the seaweed material, for the last 10 years, if I'm not mistaken. But it didn't kick in to be such a scalable model. Coffee grounds and so on, the waste of the coffee, for example, on the other hand, I see it's becoming more and more trendy. Lots of hotels, instead to dispose, or lots of organizations, bars, whatever, Horeca, instead of disposing the coffee grounds, now they start recycling it and using it for a certain polymer. So I see that is a growing trend. However, it is still not enough to cover the demand. I imagine we have been using plastics for the last 50 years.
Yes, that's
and all
right.
of a sudden, but it's a great alternative material to contribute along with your PHA, with these fermented polymers, which are home compostable, the PHA, the PLA, but also the sugarcane and the bamboo as options for single-use items. Yeah.
So what exactly do you think is the barrier of bringing it or making it to practical solutions?
Well, one is the cost of producing it, okay, and then the second, because to do something which is sustainable, you have to adhere to certain standards yourself. You're in the industry,
Yes,
so the scrutinizing process is one, and then that leads to costs. So operations, operators, everybody likes to protect the bottom line. So lots of times when we offer our products, for example, to replace the conventional disposables, we're not only offering the product, but we're also offering a full solution with that, which leads to substantial reduction in the consumption. So, and that's how we have done things for the last 7, 8 years. So in absolute every category of the products, we have managed to reduce consumption, be it from the bags to the straws, to the coffee cups. And it's all come to two things. First one is awareness, and then once the team and the client team, they understand that this is a product which is delicate, is made from organic matter and from plants and so on. And then the second part was using it ethically, all right? So try to change some of the standards. I have in mind, for example, the straw. You order a drink and then you automatically get given a straw. So why? I think what we discuss with our clients is why don't we prompt? Why don't we offer? Do you need? Yes, no, the same cutlery for takeaway, the lid for the coffee cup when you take a takeaway, and then so be it. The same was with the bags.
So trying to reduce.
100%. So and that's how I think it should go. You know, our interest was never to sell as many of these items that as possible. No, it was we tell the clients, don't use single-use disposables, but if you have to use, then here are some options. So you can use sugar cane, for example, which is bagasse is the technical term. So it's my favorite crop actually. So quite a lot of countries that they used to grow sugar cane for sugar went out of business, like beginning of 20th century and so on. And there was lots of farmland in lots of poor countries where it was unused. And then once the demand for sugar cane being used in this packaging industry and for biopolymers grow, quite a lot of local economies flourished because it's quite a productive crop, one. And then why is my favorite? Because by the time this crop grows, this plant grows up to 3 meters tall, it absorbs so much CO2 that it's almost carbon neutral. So it's one of the greenest crops that there is. And then it biodegrades naturally in a natural environment without harming, without leaving any bioplastic.
So most of the things such as produced in your facility, it is from the bamboo?
Yeah, well, we have bamboo, we have sugar cane, we use paper, but we only use sustainably sourced paper, for example. I mentioned corn. Yes, we use corn, but we're not taking food from anyone's mouth. We're using industrial grade corn, which is, again, a crop which is 20-25% more productive than the food corn, for example, the corn that is used for food. We use cassava or yuca or tapioca, again, one of the most starchiest vegetables. You might have seen that bag that dissolves in water. So that's our bag. So literally, it's that compostable that it has passed the acute oral test and then is harmless for sea or land animals if they ingest that bag. So
that's just amazing. And how effective do you think the current regulations are in supporting the initiative for the sustainability when it comes to packaging materials?
Well, how effective you say?
The regulations, you know, the country has put up regulations
well,
sometimes.
Initially, I mean, we live in a place in UAE. I'm not going to refer only to Dubai, but in UAE, we're fortunate enough to have some of the largest multinational companies. Lots of it from the transport sector, the airlines, if you take the shipping companies, but also hospitality is huge here. So the headquarters of a lot of the top hotel brands and hospitality brands are here, and they are also at the forefront of sustainability. So initially the private sector drove the agenda, but I could see for the last 5, 6, 7 years prior to COVID, large organizations, I have in mind Dubai Airport was one of them, then Dubai Duty Free, then here, the new airport terminal here, which is just open.
So like in the way that single-use plastic bags
100%. They start internally to ban the plastic, and then we all know 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago, almost 2 years now, the ban on plastic bags came in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, all right? And then we are about to experience the second wave, which is this 15, 16 these single-use items that will be banned as of 1st of January. So that will then drive the agenda. But yeah, local authorities also has stepped up. especially after COP. And then I could see that the regulations come in place, and then more and more enforcement is being made and efforts being made for organizations to implement sustainable packaging.
Yeah. So now we have started, once we start using the biodegradable material or the packaging, so how do we bring this into the consumers? Because we need to have a procedure for the distribution, collection. So how effectively can we get it implemented? What's your take on that?
Well, it is a very good point. I think most of the organizations, they are used to segregate waste now for the last 4 or 5 years, or even before COVID, glass, paper, aluminium, metals, cooking oil.
Yeah, because
everything was,
if it goes in together,
yeah, correct.
The
So
compostability
it is very
different.
simple. Lots of our products, for example, the home compostable ones, they will go off in with organic waste, so they will go into lots of organizations. Also, they have composting machines on site.
Yeah.
And then whatever it is for the industrial composting part, that at this stage still goes to the landfill. However, it will not last for hundreds of years like plastic does. It will decompose. Luckily, the weather here is not like in Romania, where I'm from, when in the winter everything freezes. The weather really helps the process of decomposing. So that takes 3 to 5 years for it to decompose. But ideal scenario is to have either an industrial composting plant, or in lots of countries in the Western world, and not only in Australia, PLA, for example, is being recycled and is being used in the same fashion as plastic.
Yeah.
And it's being used into 3D printing and so on. I mean, here we try to be one of the 3D printing capitals of the world in UAE. So I see lots of applications in that. But again, we need volumes. So we are at the early days, so there's very little volumes yet in terms of quantities to make sense to build such facilities. But yeah, it can be scalable, definitely.
So maybe the waste collection companies, they can start the segregation, and then we can go ahead with the usage more and more wider.
I think we have to dance together, us, waste collection,
Exactly.
as well as the end client, all right? So
Because
to close the loop.
everybody needs to be aware of the process, and they need to understand why it is done, how it is done. So this is going to be of much help.
Correct, but all this industrial compostable material, they are a resource, same as plastic is a resource. So you can recycle, it's money to be made at the end of the day, all right? All we need to do is to put the stakeholders together and then agree on the process, and then who takes the benefit.
Yeah, that's right. And now we see a lot of packaging materials coming into the market. It says 100% eco-friendly. And there is also this term called as greenwashing, right? So what do you think are the risks with that? Is it fully reliable when you see that claim on the packaging material?
Well, look, as an ethical thing, as a business, as well as a human being that I try to make a difference on this earth. For me, we never went that way to say, product, to highlight the product for being what is not, all right? So we always try to say, yes, we had an industrially compostable product, and it's not the best solution, but it's a step forward in the right direction until we found another ingredient or another material to make a home compostable product. But yeah, you give some examples. I mean, I have in mind the plastic. Before, remember, the standard was oxo biodegradable plastic. So what we were doing, we were adding certain chemicals in plastic bags to make them disappear very fast. Now that standard has been banned all over the world, and I see that it's being slowly eliminated here. But I also see certain operating mentioning that this bag, a retailer, for example, this bag is made of the 100% plastic, recycled plastic, which is not the case. Technically, you cannot make anything out of 100% recycled plastic. You still need some virgin material in them.
Materials
and then I see that authorities and the awareness did so well that we don't really have to put someone on the spot. I think those who do such things, they learn the hard way sometimes. But yeah, I think everybody wants to take an opportunity and to make a business, but let's all do it ethically and so on. So that's all I say.
Yeah, all right. Okay. So, so a place like UAE, definitely they are in much supportive, and also you have a lot of companies coming in, producing these biodegradable materials. Now we look at the edible wraps. So what's your take on the edible wraps and usage of this edible wraps for the packaging of the food materials?
I mean, look, edible is not here since today. I mean, when I grow up and you buy an ice cream cone, it was the packaging for the ice cream, correct? So
Yeah.
then we got comfortable, so we make them in paper cones and stuff. But they are there to stay. In my view, all points considered, there is still a place for them, but they cannot cover, they cannot be scalable. I mean, at this stage, they are not scalable to compare to the home compostable material or the industrial compostable material, because there is certain limitation in terms of hygiene, in terms of climate, in terms of the way that one operation works and so on.
Because
perishability is another big factor. I mean, if I only talk about home compostable or this sustainable packaging, you know, you need to store them in an AC environment.
Yes.
They are delicate goods. It's almost like a plant.
Because it's, when you say edible, it's like a food. So we treat it like a food, right? So the
100%.
packaging
So
material.
and then once you talk about hygiene standards and AC environment, then it's expensive. And that makes it a little bit more difficult to implement in operations.
Okay.
Yeah.
So unlike the developed countries, how do you think the emerging economies, like the developing countries, how can they, come up from the traditional methods and, move more towards a sustainability in terms of technology? How can they adapt?
Well, I think in UAE we always try to be number one in everything, and then the development, the future things. We are quite fast or quite proactive to adopt new technologies and so on in here.
Yeah.
And so I can talk about the sustainable products. For example, the last 7-8 years, we saw a big traction for the product. Authorities have stepped up also the implementation of certain standards in place. If I think of the oil extraction, because we are in an oil producing company, if I give a nice example, the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, they produce the greenest oil in the world, all right? So they upgraded their facilities that we have not only one of the cheapest to produce oil, but also the greenest to produce, which I think is very important. And then to make an analogy, is the same with packaging, so a lot of effort, a lot of studies has been done, and I can see now there is 2-3 already local companies like us that we manufacture locally. We're adding the in-country value, we're reducing further the carbon footprint, and we're creating jobs and so on, but also we contribute to the local economy, and then to putting UAE on the map. In terms of sustainability and so on. And after COP and the Expo 2020, the agenda has flourished, I have to say. So you see, it was not without any intention. I mean, intentionally, this type of large-scale events have been brought here because the world recognizes what is being done in this part of the world.
Exactly. Now, because UAE has become global.
Yeah.
Look, we have people from all around the world. All right. So thank you for joining with us, and thank you, Peter, it was a very interactive and it was a very delightful session. And I believe everyone is, we hope to do more for the sustainability. Only together, like the manufacturers,
Thank you for having
everyone,
me here.
yeah,
Thank you.
we
Thanks for the
can
invite.
bring in more into the sustainability. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the invite.
If you'd like to take a group photo, please. Yeah. Thank you. Today wasn't just a series of sessions, it was a collective commitment to the future of food. From innovation to collaboration, from policy to practice, each conversation reminded us that resilience is something we build together. On behalf of the organizers, the speakers, and everyone who worked behind the scenes, I want to thank you for being part of Global Food Week 2025. Tomorrow, we continue with further discussions and fresh perspectives. Once again, I'm your Emirati friend and MC Roda Sayegh, and see you tomorrow.